Hello and welcome to Microsoft Word 2021. My name is Mo Jones and I'm happy to guide you through this introductory tutorial for Word 2021. We'll cover some basic features while exploring the refreshed interface. We'll talk about the basics, just kind of navigating around Microsoft Word. We'll talk about formatting text. We can grab those fonts and features and colors and effects that we like to use. We'll talk about inserting images and editing those images as well. We'll talk about creating tables in Microsoft Word, and then we'll take a look at some of the properties that we can use to prepare our document before we deliver it or print it as well. Remember, this is an interactive tutorial. I will occasionally remind you to pause the video and practice what you've learned. Let's dive in. Hello, I just opened up my Microsoft Word 2021. And I'm presented with this start screen. And if you've used other Microsoft products such as PowerPoint and Excel, this is the similar start screen that we'll see for those applications as well. Now, the start screen is just really kind of a one-stop shop for us to be able to interact with Microsoft Word. And there's a lot of things that we can do here, but I do want to point out that we do have three major icons here that we're going to interact with, such as the Home tab, which we're currently selected, which we're currently navigating on. We have this New tab here. We have our Open tab. And so between these three, we can kind of get around and get some work done. We can find files. We can continue working on files. We can add our favorites, and we can even go ahead and find, gather some ideas for what we're trying to accomplish here as well. So right now we're on our Home tab. And some of the things that we can do on our Home tab here, we can go ahead and we can start a new document, such as a blank document, which we'll do in a few minutes here. You can go ahead and check out this Welcome to Word tutorial if you want to. There's another tutorial here, okay, inserting tables. Or we can go ahead and take a look at some of these templates that are here as well. Templates are a great way to really kind of get you started. But we'll take a look at that when we visit our New tab. Right now, let's head on over down here and let's take a look at what we can do. So because of the start screen here, we can take a look at our recent activity. So if I want to look at some recent files, notice I have some recent files here that I've been working on. They're sorted by the newest file, right? Newest file first goes to the oldest file. If you have more documents, you can always go ahead and click on more documents here, and it will show you a longer list of your documents here as well. I want to go ahead and take a look at my pin files here. So right now, I don't have any pin files. Pin files you want to easily find later. Click the pin icon that appears when you hover over a file. I'm going to go back to my recent files here, and I'm going to mouse over. So I'm hovering over each file here. And notice I can either share the file or I can pin the file. I'm going to go ahead and pin this one here. So I just pinned lesson 4. Let's go back to my pinned list here and see if it's there. There it is. So go ahead and pin those important files that you're working on in Microsoft Word. It'll always be here for you. Very quick for you to find it here as well. The other tab here is to look for files that have been shared with me. And right here, I do have a file that has been shared with me. It's been shared by myself from my other account here. So if you're connected with your colleagues, you can always see your shared files here as well. If you have a really long list of files you're not showing up, you can go ahead and click on search and type it in here, and it will also appear for you. Let's head on over to our New tab here. So notice some new, you can also go ahead and start a new blank document. Or down here, what I really like to do, I really like the fact that there's a lot of options here. We can search online for templates. So if you want to search for a particular type of template, you can just search, type in your search right here and look for that. If you want to, you can go ahead and use some of the suggested searches here. We have some suggestions here, such as business, cards, flyers, letters, education, resumes and cover letters, and even holidays as well. Notice on the bottom, we do have some templates that are ready for us. Okay. A lot of people like to come in here and take advantage of the resume, right? The resume templates that are in here. They're pretty much ready for you. You just need to fill in your information. And when you click on one of them, it just gives you a nice preview of what it looks like here. It gives you a nice description as well. If I did want to take advantage of this, I would just click on create. I can navigate through them until I find one that I like here as well. There's some different resumes here. This one has a picture that you can use. So a lot of powerful tools at your fingertips. As you'll see as we go through this tutorial, there's a lot of things that we will have access to, a lot of things that we can do as well. If you're not finding what you're looking for, you can always go online, right, and find more right here. Go to templates.office.com. I'm going to go back over here to my open menu here. And this basically is providing you with a really nice interface where you can find things, where you can find your files. So right now, there's a few sections here under open. So notice right now I have my recent activated. So it's showing me my recent documents, my recent folders. Okay, so today, yesterday, older files. So I can come right here, have my pin files as well. Just a really nice way to be able to find the things that you're working on. Anything that was shared with me, I can go ahead. I can search my OneDrive if I want to. I am connected with my Microsoft account, and so my OneDrive is activated. I can go ahead and search my folders and my documents on OneDrive as well. I want to go ahead and search this PC. It gives me this menu right here inside of Microsoft Word. So it makes it easier for me to go ahead, kind of navigate. As you can see, I have some folders here. It's my documents folder. I can go up one level, maybe go to my desktop. If I want to, I can go ahead and add a place, such as OneDrive or OneDrive for Business. And you always have access to this, this browse feature, which will open your computer's folder menu so that you can search for that file individually. I'll go back to my home tab here, just kind of prepared to start my blank document here. Go ahead, spend some time, pause the video, look around, click on your home tab, your new tab, your open tab, and go ahead and pin some files and then come right back. Welcome back. Hopefully you were able to go ahead and pin some files there. Let's go ahead, now that we're familiar with the start screen, let's go ahead and start a blank document. So over here on my home tab under new, I'm just going to go ahead and click on blank document. And here we are presented with Microsoft Word 2021. Here is our new interface. We got a new makeover here for our ribbon. Now remember, our ribbon is located up here at the very top, formerly referred to as our menu, but now this is our ribbon here. Really nice smooth colors. And Microsoft decided that they wanted to just give it a really nice refresh so it's more visually appealing for us. It's kind of easier to find things, I kind of find here. We have some more rounded edges towards the outside. We have some more shadowy effects as we kind of move over our commands here as well. So really nice. But let's talk about just in continuing to just get started here, we have to kind of identify a few things. We want to identify what the ribbon is and how it works and how do we kind of move around and make things happen here. So at the very top here, we do have what is called our ribbon tabs. So for example, we have our File tab, our Home tab, Insert, Draw, Design, Layout, References, Mailings, Review, View, and Help. So the whole idea, because there's so many commands that are available in Word, the whole idea is that when you interact with one of these ribbon tabs, it will open up a separate menu here as well. So for example, let's kind of take a look at how this works. So right now we're on our Home tab. And within this Home tab, we have what's called command groups. So we have our undo command group, we have our clipboard command group. Notice we have all of our clipboard tools here. So cut, copy, paste. Here's our font command group where we can interact with the fonts, the font type, size, color. Here's our paragraph group here as well, where we can kind of go ahead and insert a numbered list, a bulleted list, or we can specify the alignment as well. Then we have some styles over here. We can apply various headings and titles if we want to. And then we have our editing group over here. So these are the groups that live inside of our home tab here. Let's go ahead and check out another tab. Let's click on our insert tab here. And as you can see, insert has its own set of command groups, and each command group has their own commands inside that we can interact with as well. And so if I were to just place my mouse in between or kind of anywhere on this ribbon tab here, I can just scroll and it will show me. I can scroll to the left, scroll to the right. I can kind of go through each menu item here as well. Very good. So what else can we do with our ribbon here? Maybe this is taking up too much space. Maybe you want to kind of condense things a little bit here as well. Well, we do have options here. On this little drop down, we can interact with that. So I'm going to go ahead and click on here. And these are the ribbon display options. So I can switch ribbon states to hide and show the quick access toolbar. So right now I'm just going to go ahead and click on there and take a look at my options here. So the first thing I can do is I can go ahead and specify whether I'm using a mouse or a touch screen or a touch device here. Okay. And so under the show ribbon, I can go to full screen mode. And this is a great thing about Microsoft Office products. When you just kind of mouse over a command, it just kind of shows you exactly what it does. So full screen will maximize the window and hides the ribbon and the quick access toolbar. If I just want to show tabs only, this is kind of like simplifying the ribbon. So I'm going to go ahead and actually click on this here. And let's take a look and see what happens to our ribbon here. So as you notice, it just kind of simplified things for us. Maybe this view works for you because now we have a lot more space down here. It's just kind of simplified it right down to our ribbon tabs. They're still there. If we were to click on home, it's going to reveal them here again. We click away, it goes back. So maybe that will work for you. I'm going to go ahead and put that back here. And I'll go ahead and click back on my options here. I'll turn that off. I want to see everything again. The other option here is I can say always show the ribbon. All right, so I can always show it, or I can pin the ribbon. So it's really up to you what you want to accomplish here. Another feature that we get for our Microsoft Office products is the quick access toolbar. So I'm going to go ahead and enable this here. And let me first go back and pin my ribbon here. Here we go. All right. So the quick access toolbar, very, very powerful tool. Notice now it shows up at the bottom of the ribbon here. And it's just kind of waiting for us to add some commands here as well. So what is the quick access toolbar? The quick access toolbar is a way of giving us quick access to some of the commands that we tend to use in Microsoft Word. I'm going to go ahead and click on this small drop down here. And with this menu, I can go ahead and customize the quick access toolbar. Now, I do recommend adding some commands to the quick access toolbar. It just kind of makes it a lot easier, but it's really up to you. It's for you to customize. So right now, I know that there's a lot of things that I kind of like to use when I'm using Microsoft Word. So I'll go ahead and add them here as well. So here's some basic commands that we can go ahead and add. Okay, so if I want to be able to open up a new document, I can do that. If I want to do a quick print, if I click on it here, now I have access to quick print from anywhere I'm working on in my document here. Then click on my drop down. like the read aloud feature, kind of reads what's printed back to me. And maybe I'm just not finding everything here that I want to. Another way that I can do that is I can go ahead and click on my home tab. I know that I use these tools a lot. I'm just going to go ahead and right click and add this to the quick access toolbar. So now if I want to bold something, I don't have to go back to my home tab and click bold. I can just come right here and take advantage of that as well. I really like to use the center align. So I'll go ahead and right click on that. I'll add that to my quick access toolbar as well. Now if you want to remove something from the quick access toolbar, you can do that as well. You can right click on it right on the quick access toolbar and you can just say remove. Go ahead and remove that. Another thing that we can do, if you want to move the quick access toolbar, in the previous versions of Microsoft Word, it was here at the top. So maybe you want it to be at the top. You can show it above the ribbon. Just go ahead and move it up there. Now it gives me a little more room because now it kind of joins with my basic, my default saving features here as well. So it's really up to you. But I want you to go ahead and spend some time just navigating through this ribbon. Make sure you take a look at each ribbon tab to see what options are available in there. Trust me, it will make you more comfortable with using Microsoft Word. Go ahead and click on this drop down, customize your ribbon, turn on the quick access toolbar. Go ahead and add some commands to there as well. Pause the video, go ahead and perform those tasks and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and continue with our lesson 1 here. Our cursor is blinking there. It's just kind of waiting for us to enter some information. So I'll go ahead and type lesson 1. And what we'll do is we'll just document things as we're learning them, as we're going through our tutorial here. I'm going to press the enter key so I can get ready to enter my next text here. But before I do that, there's some other things that we can do to continue to customize this interface here. And notice right now I'm on my View tab. And if I go over to my Show command group, I can turn on my ruler. Now my ruler will help me to be able to establish some tab stops. I can go ahead and use the grid lines. That will give me a really nice grid if I want to line up my different objects or text. And the navigation pane that will show up on my left, and it will kind of give me a preview of my entire document here. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the ruler. So here's my ruler. So as you can see, we can go ahead and establish where our tab stops are by clicking on these different spaces. The grid lines will kind of gives you a nice guide if you want to make sure things are lining up properly here. And then let's talk about the navigation pane. So our navigation pane opens up here on our left. And so you can search the navigation pane. This will stay active as you continue to work on your document here. We can take a look at headings, pages, and results. So right now we do not currently have any headings, but as we add the headings, they will show up here and we'll be able to navigate back and forth between the headings. If we click on pages, we only have one page right now, but it's giving us a preview of what we're currently looking at. Another option is results. So if we were to type, we can search through our document. We can search for a phrase or a keyword. So if I were to go ahead and type lesson here, highlights lesson for me. And if I go ahead and click here, it will bring me to that page and that part of the page where this phrase occurs. If there's more than one result, I can go ahead and navigate through the different results here as well. So it's another fine feature. Okay? But we'll play around with this a little more as well. I'll go ahead and turn off my ruler, turn off my grid lines. I'll keep my navigation pane turned on, and I'll go ahead and clear my search here. So go ahead, type that first line for your document. Go ahead and turn on the ruler, the grid lines, turn on the navigation pane, and play around with them and see if they will be helpful for you, and then come right back. Welcome back. Hopefully you had fun playing around with the navigation pane, and hopefully you have it turned on here. I went ahead and I created some items here. If we take a look, I created some items for each lesson. So this tutorial is divided into 8 mini lessons. And we'll go ahead and just kind of document our learning as we go along here. So a quick recap of lesson 1, we talked about finding our documents on the start screen. We talked about simplifying the ribbon. And we also talked about customizing the quick access toolbar here as well. But now this list looks, we want to kind of make some changes to it here. Everything kind of looks the same. Kind of want things to stand out. And that's what lesson 2 is about. Lesson 2 is about formatting text and paragraphs. So I'm going to go ahead and press my enter key here. So when you're talking about formatting text, first of all, we're talking about really the features that live here under the font group in our home tab here as well. So what I'll do, first order of business, I want to go ahead and make this stand out, right? Because this is kind of I want this to stand out here from the rest of this text. So I'm going to go ahead and triple click 1, 2, 3, and that will select all of my text on that line for me. So once again, I'll triple click here, 1, 2, 3. And notice I do get this really small mini toolbar here where I can go ahead, I can change the font type right here if I want to. I can go ahead and change the size, and I can go ahead and change the font color. I can also go ahead and apply a bold or italics to it as well. For the purposes of this tutorial, I'll go back up to my menu here. And the first thing I want to do is give it a different size. So right now, notice the size is 11. I'll stick to the font here. That's pretty good. I'll go ahead and maybe make this 14. So now it's standing out a little more. And maybe I'll go ahead and give it bold. Now notice if I just mouse over this bold here, it shows me the shortcut. So if I want to bold it, I can just press Control B, or I can click here. I'm gonna go ahead and press Control B. So that bolds it for me. So now lesson 1 is good to go. It's standing out from the rest of the information underneath. And I'll go ahead and do the same thing here for lesson 2. This time I'll use my mini tool. I'll go ahead and bold it first. Then I'll apply the 14 here. Very good. So we just applied some basic formatting by changing the font size and applying an effect such as bold to it as well. But there's other things that we can do. So what I'll do on each line here, I'll go ahead and apply a different set of character formatting. So maybe what I'll do is I'll change the font for each line. Each line will have a specific font, a size, and a color as well. So I'll go ahead and select my first line here, triple click. Again, we do have the mini tool here if you want to use that. Maybe I'll use it here as well. I'll go ahead and change this font. Maybe I'll just grab the next font on the list here, just agency. I'll go ahead and make this maybe 12. And then I'll go ahead and grab a color here. Don't want to make this too difficult to read. Maybe I'll grab this blue color here as well. So very good. Character formatting. Just font, font size, and font color as well. Maybe I'll make this italicized. I can press Control I to go ahead and implement that as well. So Control I gives me italicized. Go ahead and simplify the ribbon. I'll go ahead and go back up to the menu for this one. I'll grab the next one here, which is Algerian. I'll leave that size in place. And I'll give this one another color here. And I'll give this one I'll give it this color here as well. And it's already pretty bold, so I'll kind of leave that alone. Go ahead and triple click here, quick access toolbar. Let's grab the next font, which is Arial. And we'll give this one a orange. And we'll change this size. We'll make this one 12 as well. If I wanted to, I can also add a highlight to it as well. And notice just as I mouse over each color, it's giving me a preview of what the highlight would look like as well. Very good. So go ahead and apply some character formatting to each of these lines here. And come right back. Welcome back. So now that we have lesson 2 kind of ready here, let's go ahead. I'm just going to place my cursor at the end here of the line for lesson 2. Press enter just to give me a little space here. And I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste some content from my notepad here. So I'll go ahead and I can either right click and I can just go ahead and paste those values in. Okay. So notice as I'm copying or pasting the text over, it's giving me a preview of what it would look like. So it's inheriting the formatting from above. I can go ahead and press Control V as well and insert that. Or I can come up here on my home tab, click on this drop down, and I get that same option here as well. So I'll go ahead and insert this text. These are some of the objectives from lesson 2. Now, this is a good example here because we want to be able to go ahead and change this, right? We don't want this to be the same as our kind of heading here. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight all of these values here, like so. And I'll go back up here. First one to make this 12. And this is kind of where you want to determine, well, what is the size of the font that you want? So notice the default was 11. Normally it's 12, but you can go ahead and kind of establish what you want your default font size to be here as well. I don't want that to be bold. And so now that looks a lot better here as well. So we did talk about applying character formatting. Let's go ahead and talk about paragraph layout here. Okay. I want to be able to make some controls there. So notice I am on my home tab. And on my home tab in my paragraph group, I do have this option over here to kind of go ahead and establish the spacing, right? The space in between each of my lines here. I can also decrease the indent level or increase the indent level of each. Or I can go ahead and set some alignments here as well. So let's take a look at these. First, I want to kind of establish what is the spacing that I want between each here. So I'll go ahead and click on my line and paragraph spacing. Choose how much space appears between lines of text or between paragraphs. To apply the same spacing to your whole document, use the paragraph spacing options on the Design tab. So basically, if I apply any kind of spacing, it's only applying to the text that I select here. So notice as I go down, notice how the space is increasing in between each. Okay. So I can go ahead and establish one that I want. There's more line spacing options if I want to. Okay. So I can establish the spacing before and after if I want to. And on the bottom, it gives me a nice preview of what it would look like. I'm going to go ahead and just go ahead and press cancel here. So if I go back here, I can say add a space before a paragraph, remove space after the paragraph. Right? And it's just kind of a matter of choosing the one that looks better here. I kind of want it to be a little tight. So I'll go ahead and say remove the space after the paragraph here. And just like that, I'm good to go. All right. Now, if you want to change the spacing for your entire document, we would need to go and click on the Design tab. So right over here on the Design tab, we'll go ahead and click there. And all the way over here to our right, we do have in our document formatting command group, we have this option here for paragraph spacing. So if we were to mouse over this, it tells us this option will change the spacing of your entire document, including new paragraphs. You can choose between predefined values or specify your own. So if I click here, I kind of have this default spacing here. So notice it's showing me after it's an 8 point and the line spacing is 1.08. I can change to no paragraph space and take a look at how my entire document now is changing. But I'm not applying it. I'm just kind of mousing over here. So I have this compact option here. I have this tight option, open, and double. Now I prefer to come in here actually and establish it, because what I want that tight spacing here. So I'll go there and do that. It's a very subtle difference when you actually take a look at the numbers, but it makes a big difference in your presentation. So I'll go ahead and apply that there. I'll go back to my home tab and take a nice look here. I think that looks pretty good. I don't want a lot of empty space in between my lines here. I want to be efficient and make use of the paper here as well, in case I need to print it. Very good. So go ahead, include some text on the formatting text and paragraphs. Go ahead and play with the individual paragraph spacing. Head over to your design tab and apply a line spacing to your entire document there, and then come right back. Up until now, we've been applying some simple formats to our text here, but let's really make our text stand out here. Because ideally, we have our lesson 1, we have our lesson 2. Let's go ahead and take a look at our lesson 2 here. So under lesson 2, we have 4 objectives here. But we really want them to stand out, to make it clear that they're kind of, subtopics of lesson 2. What we can do is we can apply either a bulleted or a numbered list here as well, which is our next objective. And notice I'm on my home tab here. And so what we'll talk about next is either using the bulleted list here or using a numbered list. Okay. And so we're talking about a ordered list is a numbered list, and unordered list is a bulleted list. So if I was to just mouse over the bullet here, create a bulleted list, click the arrow to change the look of the bullet. So there's several bullet options here. If I click on the drop down, I can go ahead and express my bulleted list in circles, squares, special icons here, and things of that nature. So notice my last line there under lesson 2, applying borders and shading, because that's the line that I clicked on. It's going to apply it here. But what I want to do, I want to apply it to all of this here. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight all of this data. And this time I'm going to go up to my bulleted list here. If I just click here, it will give me the default, and that's fine. I can just go ahead and click. And notice how it changes. So now this entire section looks different. It's clear that this is lesson 2, and these are the objectives here for lesson number 2 as well. So we can go ahead and do the same thing for lesson 1. I'll go ahead and highlight these. This time I'll use a numbered list. So I'll go ahead and click on the numbers here, and it gives me 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now with the numbered list, if I were to press the enter key for the next line, it's going to prepare number 4 for me, like so. So now it's ready for me to enter number 4. I don't want that. I'm going to go back to my line above and press the delete key to remove that as well. We have to be very careful and kind of understand how it works here. So in these 2 examples, we selected text that already existed, and we just kind of converted them to either a numbered list or a bulleted list here. And we'll go ahead in a few, and we'll go ahead and create a small list from scratch just by inserting a list item. But what we can do right now, maybe we want to kind of change these bullets. It's as simple as highlighting the data and then clicking on the drop down for the bulleted list. What if we want to use arrows instead? And so it's giving us a nice preview of what it would look like. We can use check marks if we want to. I think I'll go ahead and stick to I'll use check marks for this one. And for my numbered list here, let's see, I'll go ahead and maybe I want this to be expressed in letters here. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, so we get A, B, C. Now we can also indent. So what if we had some specific information in terms of applying character formatting? If I press the tab key right here, now I have another submenu here as well. Okay. I can also interact with this by using the decrease indent or increase indent. So if I decrease it, it puts it back into the same hierarchy here. Okay. So when you're working with a list, you are working with a hierarchy here as well. Very good. So this time I'll go and I'll press my enter key, and notice I press enter. It's waiting for another entry here. I don't want an entry. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I can either press the enter key again, or I can just uncheck my bullet here. That will put me over there. I'll try to kind of move back over here as well. And this time what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I want to insert a list this time. So instead of using text and then converting it to a list, I want to go ahead and just build a list here. Now I have an option here. I can go ahead and build a multi-level list. Okay. So I can create a multi-level list to organize items or create an outline. So this is what it would look like. It shows you the indentations or the subcategories. So I'll go ahead and do that. Maybe I'll use this. I'll use this one, this A here. And so maybe I'll call this my shopping list. I'll press enter. And my shopping list consists of breakfast items. And it also consists of dinner items. So now I have my primary level, my secondary level, and now I want to include some breakfast items. So I'll press the enter key here, and I'll press the tab key to further indent this here. Here I'll just put eggs, and I'll put milk. Same thing for dinner. I'll press enter. And again, you can use indent. You can either press the tab key or you can increase the indent over. It has the same effect here as well. And so for dinner, I'll grab some salmon and some wine. Very good. There we go. So it's a simple list. If we wanted to, we can convert this list as well. If we want to convert this, we can change it by just clicking here. We can make some changes to it. We want this to be changed to a bulleted list. We can do that as well. So we'll have different options here for the bulleted list. Or if you want another type of numerical list, we can do that as well. Very good. I'll go ahead and keep it that way. Shopping list looks pretty nice. I do need to grab some eggs anyway. So go ahead and convert those two sections to a numbered list, a bulleted list, and then go ahead and drop in your own shopping list. Pause this video, play around with those options, and then come right back. Let's talk about our next objective here. If I were to go ahead and triple click here, let's talk about applying borders and shading. Well, why would you want to apply borders and shading to text? Well, if you want something to kind of stand out in your document, you can go ahead and apply a border and shading as well. So notice up here in our paragraph command group, right up here in our paragraph command group, I do have some options here to go ahead and apply a shading and a border. So if I wanted to apply a shading here, I can change the color behind the selected text. And this is useful when you want information to jump off of the page. So I can go ahead and apply that. So what I'll do, I do have my text selected here. I'm going to click on my drop down and I'll just kind of mouse over each one. And notice how it's just kind of giving it a shade there as well, right? So it's kind of like highlighting, with the exception that it kind of just highlights that entire row for you. So I'm just going to give it a simple one here to keep it simple. I'll give it this gold accent 4, lighter 80%. So I'll go ahead and apply that. And maybe I'll go ahead and in terms of the border, these are similar to the Excel borders that we see here, right? If you work with Excel. So you have the option to have all borders. So now, my text is standing out here because I have the shading. But now if I really want to kind of put it inside of a box, I have that option here. And so I can use a bottom border. If we see on the bottom there, we have a little line. I can put my border on the top, the left, the right. I could say no border. I can say all borders. Now, if I had more than one line selected, then we'll have, we'll be able to see kind of the cell idea here. Outside borders, inside borders are not really applicable here. Okay. And I do have the option to actually draw a horizontal line. Okay. But what I'll do, I'll just stick to the outside borders here. And there you go. It's as easy as doing that. If I want to, I can actually apply it right here as well. So I'll select this data. I'll go ahead and these are things that we really need to think about. If you want a particular color combination for all of your topics, you would need to kind of decide so that it's uniform. Do you want it to be blue with white text, or do you want it to be white with blue text? These are some of the decisions that you would need to make here. I think for now, I'll give it, maybe I'll give it this gray here, just for now. I'll go ahead and change that later. I'll go ahead and give that as well. Very good. So now I have two things that are clearly standing out here. My lesson 2 objectives and one of my actual subcategories here for lesson 2. So go ahead and play around. If you want to go ahead and highlight, add a border and a shading to lesson 1 and lesson 2. Pause the video, take a look at that, get some practice, and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 3. So here's lesson number 3. I'll go ahead and give that a quick highlight here. I'll give it a green highlight. So lesson number 3, we're talking about working more efficiently and more specifically utilizing the format painter, which allows us to duplicate formatting from one selection to another. Or we can go ahead and talk about applying styles, which are built-in formats that allows us to quickly apply formats to a selection as well. On my home tab up here, I do have my format painter that I can use. And over here in the styles group, I do have several styles to choose from. Let's go ahead and take a look at a few of them here. So I'll just mouse over the format painter. If you like the look of a particular selection, you can apply that look to other content in the document. Step 1, select the content with the formatting you like. Step 2, click the format painter. Select 3, select something else to automatically apply the formatting. So in this example, I like this Algerian blue font over here of size 11. I want to go ahead and apply that to just my word here, format painter. Maybe I'll do the entire line actually. So I'll go ahead and click on my format painter here. And now I have my small paintbrush. It's ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and just paint that right there. And look at that. My entire sentence inherited the formatting from this single word. Very good. Okay. I'll go ahead and do that. Maybe for the toolbar here, Arial 12, that orange. Click on my format painter. And I'll go ahead and give it this sentence here. So I can apply that to either an individual word or a paragraph or even a sentence. So in this case, we were able to do that there as well. Now, if I wanted to go ahead and apply that to multiple, what I would do, go ahead and double click. I will double click my format painter. Okay, so notice now it's highlighted. I double clicked it. Now I can apply it to multiple here. So let's see if maybe I'll do it to my, I'll do it here. And just like that, I can continue applying it. And when I'm done, I can just go ahead and uncheck the format painter. Okay. Go ahead and undo those last two. I'm going to leave these alone. Very good. So that's how you use the format painter. Now, if we take a look at our right? We'll take a look at our headings here, or our lesson. So lesson 1, lesson 3 looks okay, stands out. I highlighted it, so that's okay. And lesson 1 is bolded with a bigger text. That's decent. But then we applied the shading and the formatting to lesson 2. So that's better. So maybe I want to go ahead and copy another formatting from one of the above here. So what I'll do, maybe I'll go ahead and copy it from lesson 1. So I'll go ahead and grab my format painter. I'll go ahead and apply that here to 3. So very good. Now I have some uniformity with the exception of my shading and bordering here. So this looks better, but there's a better option. What we can do, if we head over to our styles group, we can apply some actual headings. Okay. So what I'll do, I'm going to go to lesson 1 here. And what I'm going to do is head over to my styles. So right now, notice it's a normal style. And if I mouse over each style, it gives me a preview of what it would look like. So here's heading 1, heading 2. I can make it a title, a subtitle, and notice how each style has its own, unique attributes here. If yours is not expanded, you can just simply go row by row. We have a strong here. We have a quote. And it's just applying different formats here. Okay. If you want to see all of them, go ahead and click on the More button here. And you can see all of them, but you can still get a preview of what it would look like here as well. So I'm going to go ahead. What I want to do is I just want to give it a heading. Okay. So I gave that a heading. And I want to go ahead and give all of these a heading actually. So I'll turn this into a heading as well. And number 3, I can go ahead and turn this into a heading. Notice I did not use the format painter because the heading style already has built-in formats. So I just need to go ahead and click it. Very good. Go ahead and apply heading styles to the rest of our lessons here, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I do want you to notice though, over here on our left, in our navigation pane, we see that our headings starting to show up here. So here's my heading for lesson 1, lesson 2, and lesson 3. So as we continue to make headings, they'll show up here as well. If I click on one of these, it's going to bring me right to that heading. So a nice little navigation feature here as well. So go ahead and pause the video. Go ahead and apply the heading 1 style to the rest of these here. Heading 2 is a smaller font. Heading 1 is a bigger one as well. Pause the video and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you were able to go ahead and apply that heading 1 style to all of our lessons here. Lessons 1 all the way through lesson 8 here. I was able to do that. One of the benefits of applying heading styles to your document is it gives you a little more control here. Notice as I just kind of mouse over each heading, I have this small menu to the left that will allow me to collapse it. So what I'll do, I'm going to go ahead and collapse. I'm finished with lesson 1. I'll go ahead and collapse that. I'll kind of collapse lessons 1, 2, and 3 so we can focus on lesson 4. If I want to get it back, I can just click on it. We'll come right back. It's not deleting it, just kind of moving it around here a little bit. Let's talk about managing lists here in lesson 4. Well, I did create a small list here. Eggs, milk, bread, salmon, my small grocery list here. I'm going to the grocery store, but I'd rather have this list in alphabetical order. So it'll just make my shopping experience a little more efficient as well. Well, did you know that you can actually sort lists in Microsoft Word? Same way that you will do in Microsoft Excel. It's true. Right up here in my paragraph command group, I have this small sort icon. It's almost hiding, but I'm going to go ahead and interact with that. What I'll do is go ahead and highlight my list here, and I'll go ahead and click on my sort icon. Don't worry, it's going to give you a dialog box, ask you a few questions first. And the first thing it asks me is, well, how do I want to sort? So what is my separator? Is it paragraphs, headings, field? I'll go ahead and leave it as paragraph. And notice it recognizes that it's text. If these were numbers, numbers would be populated here. or dates as well. At this point, you can choose whether you want it to be listed in ascending or descending order. I'll leave it as ascending order here. And most of these I can leave by default, right? My list does not have a header row. It's a basic list. I'll go ahead and click OK. And look at that. B comes before E, E comes before M, and M comes before S. Very good. Let's try that with the dates. Some dates here. I'll go ahead and copy some dates in here. Take a look at that. See how that works. So I'll just paste this in. Just as before, I'm going to go ahead and highlight those. Click on sort. And now it recognizes them as dates. So I'll go ahead and accept all of these defaults here. I'll go ahead and click OK. March comes before May, before October, and November. Very good. Working well for me here. So let's talk a little bit more about managing lists. I'm going to go ahead and maybe I'll add some more to this list here. I'll put breakfast here. And maybe down here I'll put dinner. Then what I'll do, I'll go ahead and convert this to a list here. So I'll keep it simple, just a simple numeric list here. And so it indents it for me, moves it over here to the right. And so now I have 6 items here. But what if I wanted to go ahead and make some changes to this list? I'm going to go ahead and just right click inside of this list here. And I do have a few options here that I can interact with. I have this option to adjust the line indents. I can restart any one of these lines at 1. I can continue numbering, or I can go ahead and set the numbering value as well. Let's take a look at the line indents here. So this is just giving me the number position and the text indent here. And I can go ahead and provide a tab stop on my ruler if I want to. But let's just go ahead and change 2 of these values. Let's change the number position and click OK. And notice how we have a bigger separation here as well. I'll go back, just the indents. Okay. So now, what if I want to restart my list here? So at dinner, I want it to start back at 1, right? I can go ahead and I can right click and just say restart at 1. That will work for me as well. Or I can right click and I can say set numbering value here. And from here, what I can do, remember, this is for dinner. This is for item number 5. I can change this to any number I want to. So a lot of times we kind of work with these lists and it's hard to change the numbers around. Well, you do have the option right here. If I want to set this back to 1, I can do so. And I can say, let's start a new list here. I do want to start a new list because salmon is a part of dinner. Or I can continue from the previous list. In this case, I'll start a new list and change this number here to 1. Go ahead and click OK. Very good. So now I have a new list here. And sometimes you may have to do that, but ideally the best thing to do is to make use of the indents, right? So if we go back to our paragraph command group here, we can go ahead and make use of the indents for each of those line items. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead. I know that these 3 are part of breakfast. So I'll go ahead and indent these over like that. So now they're A, B, and C. And I know salmon needs to be indented over as well. Very good. So now this is what I have here. Again, if I want to go ahead and change this, I can go ahead and change this as well. But we do have a lot of options there for managing the list. So go ahead, create your own list and drop in and take advantage of these options here to manage them as well. Go ahead and pause the video, sort your list, manage it, make some modifications, and come right back. Welcome back. Let's move on to lesson 5. Let's talk about adding tables. Now, adding tables to a Microsoft Word document is a really, really good idea. I'm going to go ahead and create some more space here. I'll press enter a few times just to give me some space. I'll go back up to my line that's directly underneath my lesson 5 here. Now, if you're working on There's various reasons why you'd want to add a table. Maybe you want to say it best with a table. Maybe you want to represent some data. Instead of writing a paragraph, you just kind of want to summarize your data collection in the form of a table. Well, I'm going to go ahead and drop one in here. And creating a table gives you some other options in terms of formatting as well. You don't really have to worry so much about the line breaks and the tab stops and things of that nature as well. So right now I am on my Insert tab. So if I go ahead and take a look at this here, I'm on my Insert tab. And in my Tables command group, I want to go ahead and insert a table here. Now there's a few ways that we can insert a table. And the easiest way, if I just go ahead and click on the drop down here, so I can, right here, I can just go ahead and draw my table. So right now I have 3 columns, 2 rows, 3 columns, and 3 rows. So that's one way I can do it. I can go ahead and just click Insert Table, and it will ask me here, how many columns, how many rows do I want? I have some other options here for auto fit that I can specify as well. I can auto fit to contents. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and draw my table, make it a lot easier here. I want a 3x3, maybe 4 here. And for this example, I'm just going to go ahead. What I want to do is to keep track of our services we're doing, or maybe our products here. We have some products we want to kind of keep track. We're sending out a survey to our customers. Let us know how we're doing. So here, I'll just go ahead and introduce my headers here. So I have product. And in terms of pricing, I'll go ahead and add the pricing here. And then our customers are going to give it a rating from 1 to 5. So for here, let's see, product 1, I'll just go ahead and call this, we'll call this Learning Gladiator. I'll go down to my next line here. I'll call this Learning Night. So right now, let's see what our customers think in terms of price. We can have some dollar signs here. $5 signs is expensive. 1 is not expensive here as well. So let's say our customers, they feel pretty good. 3 here. They feel this one is a little pricey here. And they're giving us some ratings on the scale of 1 to 5. Gladiator is give it a 4.4. And we'll give the Learning Night a 4.7. Very good. So we have our table inserted here, but it looks very, very plain, right? We need some options here. Well, the cool thing with Microsoft products and Microsoft Word is when you are working with an object or an element, such as a table, what happens is you get this contextual menu up here at the top that you can go ahead and work with. So notice after we inserted our table, we now have 2 contextual menus, one for table design and also one here for layout. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what we can do here. So right now, notice if I click away from the table, that menu goes away. Menu is gone. Let's click back on my table here. And by default, it goes to the table design. So let's take a look at some of the things that we can do here. So let's kind of identify our command groups. We have our table style options here. We have table styles, and we have borders here as well. So we can specify some of these are on our header row. We have banded rows and our first column here. Some of the options are here as well. But let's go ahead and give it a style. So this can stand out a little bit here. So maybe this orange one here. Notice as I just kind of mouse over each one, it's giving me a nice preview of what the table will look like. So I'll try to grab something a little basic here, not too crazy. I do want some good variation in color. So you have a lot of options here. And as you scroll down, you have different table layouts here that you can use. And as you kind of scroll down, you can kind of notice the difference between each group. want to see all of them, we'll just go like this. So we have plain tables, we have some grid tables, and we have some list tables down here as well. I think what I would like is a list table. I'll go ahead and grab this blue one here. And there we go. So this one kind of hides the grid lines for us. Okay. But they're still there. If you still want the grid lines, go ahead and need to grab another type. Let's see. I want those grid lines. Let's see. I'll choose this one. There we go. Chose a grid table, and I have my lines here. Very good. So we were able to go ahead and apply our style to our table. But now we want to go ahead and introduce another product. Okay, maybe a square. And we want to go ahead and introduce another column here to see if if our customers are willing to refer this particular product. So we can do that here by going back up to the layout here. So we click on layout. Notice we have a lot more command groups here. Right? We have quite a few. So first we have our table. We have some drawing here, rows and columns. We can merge some of these cells if we want to, establish a cell size, alignment, and our data as well. But what we want to do, we want to go ahead and make use of these, inserting a row and a column. So I want to insert a row. So what I want to do is click on that last row because it's going to insert a row below the row that I'm selected. So right now I want to go ahead and insert a row below. There we go. And I want to go ahead and insert a column to the right. So I need to go ahead and click on my rightmost column and I'll say insert column to the right. If you kind of forget, remember when you mouse over the command, it tells you exactly what it's going to do. So add one to the right there. And I'll just put the word refer here. And I'll go ahead and add our learning square. Okay. Now learning square. Everyone is happy with the price. And we've got 5.0. Very nice. And yes, they will refer their learning squire program. Most of them say maybe for the gladiator. It's very intense. And then for the learning knight, we have yes here. So very good. So now this table looks pretty good. It'd be nice if we have a title though. So I think what I'll do, I want to insert a top row. So I'll go ahead and click on that top row there. And I want to insert this time a row above. And what I want to do is give it a title. Maybe I'll call it a product survey. Let's see here, product survey. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and take advantage of maybe merging this table here. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and highlight this entire top row here because they are cells. They're just kind of not showing here. And up here in the merge command group, I'm going to go ahead and merge these. So now they're merged. And now I simply just need to go ahead and center this here. So I can go back to my home tab here. I can just go ahead and center that. So now my table looks more official. I have my title here, and I have my other options here as well. I can go ahead and kind of center everything on this table as well. Remember, I did add the center command to my quick access toolbar, so I'll make use of it there. Very good. So there is my table looking pretty good. One thing we can do with a table as well is, we can go ahead and resize the columns and the rows. We just need to kind of click on the border of each. So if I want to resize the column, I could. If I want to resize the row, I can do so. So it's fully customizable here as well. And I'm going to go back to table design here. And if I want to interact with the borders, I can do so. Fix the shading. I want to go to the table layout, and maybe I want to go ahead and convert this to text. We can always go ahead and convert this to text as well. But first, let me see if I can copy this table before I convert it. I'll press Control V here. Okay, so I have a copy of my table there. And let's go ahead and convert this one to text, see what it looks like. So over here in my data command group, I'll click on Convert to Text. And so it asked me a few questions here. Well, how is my data separated? How are my cells separated here? By paragraph marks, tabs, commas, or other. I'll choose the default value here. And my table comes out like that. If I don't like that, I can undo it. Maybe choose another option. Let's see here. Maybe I'll use tabs this time. Click OK. That's a lot better. So the tabs seem to work a little better here. You can also convert text back into a table. You just have to be mindful of how it's set up. If you set them up with tabs, then it's a lot easier to go ahead and convert that back to a table here. So if I go ahead and click on my Insert tab up here, and this time, instead of inserting a table, I'll click on the drop down and I'll say convert this text to a table. And now I just need to be mindful, make sure I specify whether it's paragraphs or tabs. And so so when I click on tabs, it kind of changes the numbers for me, the columns and the rows. So I can always kind of check to make sure it's okay. I'll go ahead and click OK here. And there we go. Just converted our text into a table for us. Now we just need to go ahead and give it a style. Once we give it a style, then we're good to go. Excellent. So go ahead and insert a table. You can either draw the table or specify the number of rows and columns. And then go ahead and convert it to plain text. Pause this video, practice, and come right back. Welcome back. Let's talk about adding graphics. Adding graphics to our Word document here. So yes, tables are not just for Excel. They're for Word too. Graphics are not just for PowerPoint. They're also for Word. And really, you're in control. It really depends on what you're trying to communicate here. So I'll make a little room here to add my graphics. I think what I want to do first is insert a picture. So I'm up here on my Insert tab. So I do have some other options here. We were able to insert a table. Well, under the illustrations here, we do have several options. And what I want to do is I want to go ahead and insert a picture. And maybe we'll insert a shape as well. So I'll click on my drop down here. We do have several options. So I can go ahead and insert a picture from this device, from my pictures folder, or maybe I have some in my downloads folder as well. I can go ahead and grab a stock image. And a big part of Word 2021 is that the stock images, the library is expanding, so we have a lot more options available to us. Or I can go ahead and search for online pictures. We do want to be cognizant of copyright, so we want to be able to make sure that we can use pictures that are a part of the Creative Commons, right, or the public domain as well. To keep it safe, I'll go ahead and grab a stock image. And let's take a look at the world of stock images here. I can scroll down and notice it just keeps going. I keep scrolling and it just kind of keeps going down here. So I have a few options here. So when I'm searching for images, I can specify if I want an image, an icon, cutout people, stickers, illustrations, or even cartoon people. And for each one, I get this menu here. So right now I'm on images. And for images, I can search for different types of images here. So I have a lot of different options here to choose from. So let's kind of take a look and see what kind of icons are available here. So we have several icons that are available. Pretty nice. We have some education icons here. Nice book here to choose from. Let's take a look at some cutout people, which I think are really, just really funny here. Lots of different reactions and see their personalities kind of standing out here. We have stickers as well. And these are the same stock images that are available if you were to insert a stock image in PowerPoint as well. So this is the same library. We have some illustration, which I tend to like. These are very well done. Really nice here. And finally, we have some cartoon people that we can go ahead and drop in here as well. Okay. But it's as simple as finding an image that you like and just dropping it right there. But let's see. We'll go ahead and grab something simple. I don't want to grab any people here. Let's see. I'll grab this. And you can insert more than one picture. So notice if I click on insert, right now I'm inserting two. So I can insert a few here. I'll just go ahead and insert one. And I'll click on insert. And depending on the size of the picture, it's going to show up right inside of my Word document here. So now that I have my image, I have some decisions to make here. What do I want to do? Well, the first thing I want to do is probably resize it. Now, when you're resizing your images, you want to be careful. You want to make sure that you're not using it from the sides like this. If you use these, it's going to disrupt the aspect ratio of your picture. So what you want to do is you want to go ahead and grab it from one of the corners here, one of the four corners. So just to demonstrate, I'll go ahead and drag it from my right here. Notice I was just kind of smushing my picture here. It's distorting it. But if I grab it from the corner and drag down, I maintain that aspect ratio. And if you take a look, you notice the words, my text around it is moving as well. Well, that's because we need to go ahead and interact with the layout options here to the right of our picture. And this will determine how the text around it is going to react. So what I'll do here, I'm going to go ahead and just drop in some random text by using the rand function. And I'm going to go ahead and try to move this picture. Okay. So notice as I move it, it's messing up my text here. Because right now it's in line with text. So as I move this, it's going to move my text around. So let's take a look at some of the other options here. So we have with text wrapping. So I can have a square feature. So if I click on this square, let's see. So now, notice as I move my picture here, how it's moving the text around it in the form of a square. So I have text on the left, on the right, on the bottom, and the top. So you have to kind of decide how you want the text to kind of wrap around your picture here. The next option is tight. So it's kind of similar. Just if this were another type of shape, we'll just kind of fill in closer as well. We have through. So if I move it now, it's just kind of moving along with it here. Doing a little dance here. And let's see, I have top and bottom. So this is probably more professional looking. You get some word on the top, some on the bottom, and it's much easier to read. And then you have some other options here, such as behind the text, if you want to do that, or in front of text as well. I'll leave it like this. I want it to be on the top and the bottom. And this way it's easier for me to kind of separate my image here as well. I do have some other imaging options here, because notice, because we're clicking on an object or an element here, we get our contextual menu for the picture format. So if I were to click on here, the same tools that we see that's available in other Microsoft products, we can go ahead and remove the background from this picture if we want to. We can apply various color corrections and shades. We get a nice preview as we mouse over each option. We can recolor it. Maybe I want to give it this nice greenish hue. Okay. So you have a lot of different options here. Artistic effects. Okay. We have this paint strokes. We have this blur here. We have these glowy edges. which I tend to like to use. We can also go ahead and set the transparency. Okay, if you want to put text on top of it, you might want to make it a little more transparent so that the text can be easier to read. If you've made too many changes to your picture, you can always reset it. You can reset the picture or reset the picture and the size if you want to. And one of my favorite things to do is apply some picture styles here. I like to use the shadows. Look at this drop shadow rectangle. Just kind of makes it stand out a little more, makes it look more alive. But really, it's up to you. The power's in your hands, whatever you want to do. There are a lot of options here. You want to kind of put it into a small circle, you can do that. And then we also have some picture effects here, some kind of built-in effects. And right, we can just kind of mouse over, get a nice preview. Some of these will kind of change the orientation, change the gloss, the look, the feel. Here are some other shadows that we can use. Reflections. Different reflections here. Some are longer than the others. We have a glow. So if you want to put an edgy glow to it, you can apply a glow as well. So it's really up to you. Go ahead, insert a picture, grab any picture you want. Go ahead and grab the contextual menu, play around with it. Pause this video and then come right back. Hope you were able to find a really nice picture. Hopefully you had fun playing around with some of the formatting options there as well. Let's talk about inserting symbols. I'm going to go back to my Insert tab here. So we were able to insert a few things so far. We inserted a table. We were able to insert a picture. But we do have other symbols that we can insert over here. So over here in our Symbols command group, we do have the symbol icon here. And I want to make sure that my cursor is placed where I want it to be, right after Symbols here. And I'll go ahead and click on the drop down here. The benefit of adding these symbols is that you can add symbols that are not on your keyboard. So you can choose from a variety of options, including mathematical symbols, currency, copyright symbols as well. Click on my drop down here. And we have some kind of built-in ones in here. If you have inserted symbols, your recent symbols will be showing up as well. So I have some options here. I have some Greek symbols, some Hebrew symbols. So right from here, I can just go ahead and click and it will insert it for me. And again, these are not on our keyboard. Copyright sign, it's right here if you need to go ahead and drop that in. I'll go ahead and click on more symbols. So I get this nice dialog box here as well. Same dialog box that you will get in other Microsoft products as well. But this is very, very robust. And there's a lot of different sections here. So right now I can go ahead and search for either symbols or special characters. Notice that right now I'm currently under symbols. So I can go ahead and specify the type of font that I'm looking for. And I can go ahead and specify the type of subsets I'm looking for. So more than likely, if you're in here, you kind of know what you're looking for. And for me, I'm just poking around here, right? So if I check special characters here, here are some other special characters that I can go ahead and drop in. But under symbols, so right now under normal text, I'll go ahead and change agency, Algerian, right? And so I'll go back to normal text here. And let's see what the subsets are. So we have this Latin 1 supplement. What about basic Latin? Okay. If I just kind of scroll through here, I'll use my little arrow here. Lots and lots of symbols. I don't recognize 90% of them, but they're here for us. I'll go back to that Latin 1 supplement here. And so notice you can go ahead and click on these symbols here. So if I were to click on this, and it will tell you exactly what it is on the bottom here. Okay. So right under here, it's giving you the name. This is a section sign. And this is a copyright sign. This is a registered sign. This is a micro sign. Here's our pilcrow. We always wanted to know what the name of this symbol was. We often refer to it as a paragraph, but it's called a pilcrow sign. So if I wanted to go ahead and insert this, notice I'm just clicking on it. I have to click on insert to be able to drop that in there. So right there, it's kind of dropped in for me. And so as you go down, what you'll notice is you'll get different variants here. Okay. You'll start to notice different languages. So here are some Hebrew letters. I recognize this. This is the Gimel. Yes, got it. That's the Gimel. Go ahead and insert that. And we have some other mathematical ones here. Less than or equal to, right? Try finding that on your keyboard, right? Go ahead and insert that. The division, multiplication. Go ahead and add those here as well. Plus or minus. Insert that. Okay. Here's our yen sign, pound sign. So they're all here for us. So go ahead and insert some. Have fun. Pause this video. Insert as many as you can. And then come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you were able to insert some symbols there, some special characters. Maybe find some lost symbols there as well. Well, let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 7. We'll talk about controlling page appearance. Now, page appearance is something very, very big. This is something that you'll spend some time planning and really considering how you want to communicate your document here. So we have 2 specific things that we'll talk about. We'll talk about our layout tab, and more specifically, how to change the orientation and to select our paper size as well. We'll also talk about our design tab, some of the options there, such as changing the background color of your entire document, applying some borders, and applying also a watermark as well. So really one of the things that we need to kind of figure out as we head on over to our layout tab here. So right over here in our page setup, we have some options here where we can specify the orientation of the page. We can go ahead and establish the paper size as well. So what I'll do, I'm going to go ahead and expand all of my headers here so I can kind of see how things are working. What I'll do is just click on one of them. So I'll right click here and I'll wait until I see that expand or collapse here. I want to go ahead and expand all of these headings here. I want to see how many pages I have so far. On my navigation pane, I'll go over to pages. So I have 3 pages here, not so bad. But what you kind of want to avoid is pages kind of overlapping themselves here. For example, here on page, here for my lesson 5, I have part of it on one page, the other part on the other page. So I want to go ahead and fix that. There are many ways I can fix that, but maybe I can go ahead and just make the paper size a little bigger so that I can go ahead and have that spill over to the next page here. So in terms of the paper size, so right now it's letter, which is 8.5 by 11. And maybe I'll want to go ahead and change that to legal, 8.5 by 14. Now I'll scroll down, kind of take a look here. Okay, so all of my lesson 5 is now on this page, but now my lesson 6 is on another page. So what if I change the orientation? Let's see here. Right now it's portrait. What if I want to give it a nice widescreen view, like a landscape here? Let's see how that would look for me. So notice now it's wider, and this is useful if you have a lot of data that you want to kind of represent. So now I have more room. I can make this table bigger if I want to. So the landscape orientation will give you that ability, but just notice that your page, it's a little shorter in terms of height, but you get the length in terms of width there. So in essence, you're just basically flipping the page there as well. So you have to make that decision whether you want a portrait or a landscape. I'll go ahead and put that back to portrait here, and I'll go ahead and put this back to letter as well, because I can always just press the enter key and move down lesson 5 to another sheet there as well. Okay, and then I can clean all of this up a little later. But for right now, let's head on over to our design tab. And let me go back down to my lesson here. Right back down to lesson 7. Let's talk about background color. So on my design tab, over here, there's a lot of options, but let's go ahead and take a look at these options over here for the page background. So these will actually impact the page background here. So what I want to do first, maybe I'll go ahead and add a page color. I'll click on this drop down here. And right now there's no color. I can choose from standard colors here. Oops, sorry about that. Really bright. Or I can choose some theme colors over here as well. So maybe I'll just grab a nice subtle color here. I do have a lot of blue on here, so I don't want to. I'll just stick with this, maybe white background, 1 darker 5%, just to keep it simple. Make things a little easier to read here. And I can go ahead and grab some page borders if I want to. So if I click on page borders, I get this dialog box here. And I have a lot of different options to choose from here, right? So I can choose the border style. I can choose the color. Okay, and I can go ahead and choose the width. And if I want to apply some art to it, I can go ahead and do that as well. If I want to apply it to the entire document or part of the document, I can. And over here, it's giving me a preview. That's pretty helpful. A little preview of what it would look like as well. So right now we have none. Okay, so we'll go ahead and maybe put a box. See right here, it's going to put a box around it here. Maybe I want let's scroll through these options here. The lines get thicker as you go down, get more extravagant here. Maybe I'll just give this double line here. And you can choose a shadow if you want to, 3D, or you can go ahead and customize it. I'll go ahead and stick to my box. I'll leave it like that. And in terms of color, maybe I'll give it this orange color here. Whoa, it's going to be really, really bold. If I want to apply some art, lots of crazy art that's going on down here that you can use. These are useful if you're making like an invitation, maybe a party invitation. You can use some of these down here as well. You know what? This is a little thick. I'm going to keep it thin here. Maybe change this color here to something a little more toned down. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And here you go. So we have a nice border on the outside here, making it look a little elegant here. So really depending on what you're trying to communicate, once again, you can go ahead and specify this here as well. Let's talk about the watermark here. Now there's some built-in watermarks here that we can use. So if I just clicked on this drop down here, I have some confidential. Right, so this is do not copy. And then I have some disclaimers here that I can use. I have some urgent varieties here that I can use. So if I want to say urgent, go ahead and click on urgent. And it's very subtle, but you can see it here in the back. Here's the word urgent. Here's urgent again. So the options are there for you to go ahead and apply a watermark. Very cool. You don't have to spend a lot of money to have someone do it for you. You could make a custom watermark if you want to, just by clicking on the drop down and clicking on custom watermark. And here, let me just move this over here a little bit. So we can specify the type of watermark that we want. We can specify the text right here. So we have a drop down, different options that we can have here. Okay. We can establish the font, the size, the color. So we can completely customize this watermark if we want to as well. So I'll leave that the way it is right now. I'm going to hit cancel, and I'll give you a chance to go ahead and practice with that. So I want you to go ahead and pause this video. Go ahead and click on the layout tab and change the orientation, change the paper size, then head on over to the design tab, change the background color, add a border, and go ahead and apply a custom watermark. And I'll come right back. We'll finish up with lesson number 8. Welcome back. Let's talk about inserting headers and footers. I'm going to scroll to the top of my page here. There's a few ways that we can insert a header and a footer. Believe it or not, there's a reserved space right here at the top of our document. really at the top of each page. That's kind of reserved. Notice that we cannot kind of add any text there. That's reserved for our header. And similarly, on the bottom of our page, we have a section that's reserved for our footer as well. So we can go ahead and insert a header or a footer. Headers are useful when you want to kind of apply the same type of information at the top of each page, maybe the title of your document, or maybe the page number. And a footer is good, usually has the date, name of the author, and the page number as well. So if I go up to my Insert tab here, there's a lot of things that we can insert. We have a lot of command groups here. But over to the header and footer, we can go ahead and we can drop in a header, and we can go ahead and drop in a footer. Also, if I were to double click in this space here at the top, notice how it opens up my header and footer contextual menu just by double clicking. So now I can go ahead and I can drop in a header or a footer. To keep things simple, I'll go ahead and add a header. We have some built-in headers here that we can use. This is a blank header. This header has 3 columns that we can add information in. We have this Austin header here, has a simple page border. So we have different types here. We just kind of scroll down. So really you just need to think about what type of header do you want to have in your document. I want something pretty simple here. Maybe I'll choose this View Master. And right here it has my document title. Go ahead and close my header and footer. I do need to go ahead and write in that title. Maybe I'll just put Word 2021. Close this. So now when I scroll down, it appears in all of my headers here as well. So if I want to go ahead and insert a footer, I can go ahead and do the same thing. I can double click to insert a footer, or I can go back to my Insert tab here and I can insert a footer. I do have several ones here as well. Blank, 3-column, Austin. I have this banded option here. Now just be mindful if you already have a border, you might want to kind of avoid some of these that have some borders here as well. So I'll try to find, let's see, grab one, a simple one here. So this one, banded, has the page number on the bottom. So I'll go ahead and close that out. Just do a quick check. Go to page 2. Okay, so it has my page numbers. So pretty simple, but again, it just takes some planning. Depends on what you want to appear in your header or your footer. I'd recommend just take advantage of one of the actual built-in headers here. If you want more information, such as this 3-column, you can go ahead and take advantage of that as well. So go ahead, pause this video, insert your header, insert your footer, move things around, and come right back. Welcome back. Hopefully you were able to create a custom watermark. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 8, which is preparing to save a document. So before you go, you want to make sure that you review. And I added a little tip here. Check out the proofing and accessibility tools on our review tab. So let's head on over to our review tab here. So we're right up here. I'm currently on the review tab, and we have some things that we want to check before we go ahead and publish our document here. We want to check our spelling, and we'll take a look at the features available in this very robust tool for checking the accessibility. Now, I didn't include a small paragraph down here. I made some spelling errors on purpose here so I can run the spell checker. The spell checker will check our entire document. Notice we can go ahead and press the F7 key to run the spelling and grammar checker as well. And it opens up my proofing tools here on the right. And it's giving me some suggestions here. It shows me exactly where I have the misspelled word. And it's giving me some options here. And it's also giving me some definitions. So I can always go ahead and apply that. And insert. It's another one here. Go ahead and grab that one. And if it finds multiple instances, we can always, we can either say ignore all or ignore once. We can go ahead and change them here at the same time as well. Change all. We can also have it read aloud so that we can sometimes just, we just need to hear a word again. There are a few words that kind of makes us stumble a little bit, but I don't think video is one of them. All right. So now let's go ahead and check out the accessibility tool here. And I'm just going to go ahead and click on the drop down here and get some information here as well. So it says keep it inclusive. Let us make sure that your file follows accessibility best practices. Will help you fix issues quickly with easy to follow directions or recommendations. Now this is very exhaustive. And so I'm going to go ahead and check for accessibility here. Notice you can go ahead and check for individual options here, so we can display the alternate text in a pane as well. But I'll go ahead and run the tool, and it opens up on the right here. So now our focus is over here, and it's going to provide us with a lot of feedback. It's going to show us if we have any errors, if we have any warnings as well. Okay. And then we have the option here of keeping the accessibility checker running while we work. So let me go ahead and close this tip here. We do have some more updates to this tool. I'll just say I got it. I understand. And what happens is if I click on this error here, it says image or object not in line. If I click on this, it's going to take me right to that picture. And right here, there's the picture that I have. And it's giving me some recommended actions here. It says I can place this in line. So remember right now, I kind of have it top and bottom. It's saying for persons with disabilities or screen readers or persons who are visually impaired, this could be an issue. So it's recommending that we place it in line. So I'll go ahead and place that in line. And so there we go. Picture is not being attacked by our text here. And then we have another warning here for merge or split cells in a table. So I'll go ahead and click on that. And it just says, hey, go ahead and split the cell. So I can go ahead and do that if I want to. Really nice. But on the bottom, it gives you additional information. It says, well, why should you fix it? It says tables should have simple structure so that they can be easily navigated and understood by people with disabilities. Merge or split cells can cause unexpected navigation issues. And it gives you some steps right here to fix it. Select the cell, press the tab key, change the cells that are merged or split. But we're using 2021, so do we get the option right here to fix it right away here? But I'm going to leave it here. And then this is a big one. We always want to kind of check to make sure that text is not hard to read, based on text contrast. So let's see here. So now that I changed my background to this grayish color, it's kind of giving me some issues here with some of my text here as well. So saying I can go ahead and change the font color. Maybe I'll change it to this orange here. And let's see here. It's giving me a lot of options here as well. Some symbols. Let's see what it's saying here. Telling me to change this here as well. I'm not going to go through all of this. Every time I run this tool, I'm just kind of playing around here and not being really deliberate with my color combinations and my alternate text. This will show up. So bottom line, before you go, make sure that you review it. Head on over to the review tab, run the spell checker. You can even get a word count if you want here. You can have your document read aloud to you so that you can kind of check it as well. But go ahead, I recommend running the check accessibility tool. It will provide you with a very exhaustive list of options for you to be able to make sure that your Word document is good to go. So go ahead and run some of these proofing tools, pause the video, run them, and come right back. Welcome back. Let's head on over to our file menu. We'll take a look at two more things here. We'll talk about printing our document, and then we'll talk about being able to convert this Word document into other formats. So I clicked on my file menu here. And now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and get ready to print my document here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on print. And I'll change this here to a PDF here. And notice on the bottom, you can scroll through all of the pages. So I have 3 pages in this document here. All of my headers are expanded as well. And it's going to be a really nice preview of exactly what it would look like when it's printed. So here you can go ahead and just kind of review, make sure everything looks okay. Make sure that you're good to go. So you can select your printer. You can print all the pages, a specific page, or a specific range of pages here as well. If your printer provides duplex printing or double-sided printing, you can specify that here as well. So you can print on both sides to save. And right here, you can also change the orientation from landscape to portrait. And you can change the letter size here. The great thing is, as you make the changes here, it's giving you a nice preview of what it would look like over there on the right. So Microsoft has really made this tool a lot easier to use for us. Then we have options here. If you want to print 1 page to a sheet, 2 pages to a sheet, you can go ahead and do that as well. We do have some other options to be able to kind of just share this document here. And under export here, I'll go ahead and click on my export tab. One thing that I like to do is I like to go ahead and make use of converting this into a PDF. And converting this to a PDF really makes sense because this is kind of like the application that's being used on the web. If someone does not have Microsoft Word, you can just send them the PDF version of this file and they'll be able to just open it. They just need a browser to be able to open that PDF file. So Microsoft Edge opens PDFs, Google Chrome will open them as well. I'll go ahead and create the PDF here. And let's see, where do I want to save this here? I'll just save this to my desktop. And I can just go ahead and publish it here. I do have other options here that I can use. Lots of different options here as well. I can optimize for image quality if I want to. I can further specify the pages that I want to export here as a PDF as well. I'm just going to go ahead and accept the default values here. I can go ahead and create bookmarks if I want to using the headings that are in the document. I'll just hit cancel. I'm going to go ahead and click publish here. And that should open up right away. And so here's our PDF version of this page. It opened right here in Microsoft Edge, right in my browser. And everything is there. All the images are there. All the special symbols are there. And so the PDF basically took a picture of everything and provided a nice file for us. Very good. Another thing that we can do, if I go back to my file menu here, if I click on Save As, right, I do have some other options here. Sorry about that. I'll go to Export and go to Change File Type. So I do have some other options here. I can convert this to the old format, that Word 97 to 2003 format. I can go ahead and convert it as a template, a open document text, a plain text, so it will only contain the text in my document, a single offline web page, rich text format as well, or I can go ahead and save it as another file type. So we do have options there. We can use the modern PDF. Of course, we can always use the best option, which is the Word format. We can share it with an older version of Word or Microsoft Office there as well. So go ahead and export your Microsoft Word document as a PDF. Go ahead and open it, take a look around, and maybe play around with some of the features while you're exporting it as well. Pause the video, play around, and we'll come right back and we'll wrap up. Congratulations! You just completed our tutorial from Microsoft Word 2021 Introduction. It was fun taking a look at the basic functions of Microsoft Word. We started by just taking a look at the interface, taking a look at the ribbon, accessing the quick access toolbar. We're able to format some texts and some paragraphs as well. We talked about working more efficiently by using the format painter and applying some styles. We're able to create some lists and manage them as well. We're able to insert some tables and some graphics and make modifications to them. We're able to go ahead and control the page appearance by changing the orientation, the size, and applying background watermarks as well. And then we're able to go ahead and take a look at the must-see proofing tools to prepare our document before we published it. We're able to successfully publish our document as a PDF so that it can be more accessible to more people. Well, it was fun spending time with you and going through this tutorial. Hopefully you had a lot of time to pause the video and practice, and I look forward to seeing all of you in a future tutorial. Hello and welcome to Word 2021 Intermediate. My name is Mo Jones. Today we'll spend some time looking at some intermediate features. If you have not done so, please check out our Word 2021 introduction video as well. Before we get started, it's a good idea just to kind of take a look and see where we're heading today. Notice that we have separated this tutorial into 7 mini lessons. And so at this point, we can go ahead and just take a look at the learning outcomes for today. So we'll mostly be talking about organizing content, customizing formats, inserting content, making use of templates, and controlling the flow of our document, which is a very important feature. We'll talk about just simplifying our document as well. And we'll finish up by using our mail merge feature. We'll take a look at some of the new features where Microsoft has simplified the process for us. So go ahead and pause the video, take a look at our agenda for today, and come right back and we'll dive right in. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and jump into lesson 1. While you were gone, I did convert all of my lessons here. I did apply the heading 1 style. And so this gives me more management capabilities of my document here. I'm going to go ahead and click on my View tab, and I'll turn on my navigation pane. This way I can just kind of jump back and forth between each heading or section here. While you were gone, I also took the opportunity to insert a basic table here. And we do have our first objectives here. We want to go ahead and split the table, perform some sorting on the table, perform some calculations, and apply some cell layouts as well. So I'll click on my table here. And now that I clicked on my table, I get these contextual menus right up here, one for table design, one for layout. I'm going to go ahead and click on my layout tab so we can take advantage of some of the options in there. So I'll click on layout, and we'll spend some time right here in our merge command group, and also over here in our data command group as well. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and split this table. Why? Because this table has 2 sections. If you notice, we have several colleges here, and we're keeping track of the undergraduate students, and we're keeping track of the graduate students as well. So we have our undergrad school and our grad school. So I want to go ahead and split this table into 2. So what I'll do is I'll head over to I'll click back on my table here, go back to my layout, and I'll just mouse over the split table command here. Split the table into 2 tables. The current row will become the first row of the new table. So I just need to be mindful of where I place my cursor. So right here from graduate, I want this row and down to be a part of my new table. So I'll go ahead and click on split table. And just like that, we have our 2 tables, one for undergrad and one for graduate as well. Very good. So no longer need this row. I already know that this is my undergraduate table. So I'll go up to my delete here, and I'll delete this row. Okay. Just make sure that you clicked on the table so that you can get the contextual menu. If I click away, the menu goes away. So I'll click back on the table. Here's my layout. Very good. Okay, so now what I want to do, I want to go ahead and sort, right? Sort by college name. And so right over here in my data group, I can go ahead and click on this sort icon. And it's going to give me another dialog box. So here we go. So here's my dialog box. Now I do have headers on my table here. And so that allows me to see the actual name of the columns here that I want to be able to sort by. So it's a good idea to make sure that you have headers there as well. Otherwise, if I said no header row, I would have to specify the column number. But I do have headers. I'll leave that there as well. So I do want to sort by college name, and I want to go in ascending order. I'm good to go. I'll go ahead. I'll leave these as default. Go ahead and click OK. And so we do have it sorted here in ascending order. C comes before E, before M, O, and P. And the data travels with it. So this 134 traveled with our Pine College here as well. I can go ahead and change that to descending if I want to. And here we see our Pine College, the 134, traveled with it as well. I'll put that back to ascending order here. Now you do have the opportunity to have multiple sorts. If your table is very complex and you have, multiple layers, you can apply multiple sorts here as well. We'll keep it simple. We'll do a one-level sort. Very good. So now I want to go ahead and perform some calculations here. I want a total row like I do with my graduate students here. And so I'm going to go ahead and insert another row underneath Pine College. This time I'll head up to my menu and say insert a row below. Now I can just go ahead and type the word total in here. And I'll make use of the built-in formulas that comes with Microsoft Word here by clicking on my formula icon here. And notice, kind of behaves like Excel. It's taking a look around and it's saying, hey, you have some data at the top here. Would you like for me to summarize those for you? So notice the syntax here is the sum function and it's above. So if we had data to our left, we would say left. If we want to summarize data to our right, we would say right or below. I'll go ahead and accept these defaults here. And so the sum of these are 866. I'll go ahead and drop my function in here as well. So sum above, very good. I'll go ahead and click OK. So my new students are 866 and my leaving students are 768. Well, now I want to perform another calculation here. I want to track the change. So what's the difference between the amount of new students that are coming in versus the students that are going out? So I'll go ahead and click on my formula here again. And now it's looking to my left. It wants to sum the left, but I don't want to use the sum function here. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this out. And just like in Excel, we can just reference the actual cell value. So I know that, for example, this column here, this is column 1. This is column 2, 3, and 4. And then we also have rows as well. So this is row 1, row 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so let's go ahead and try to identify and write this formula here. So what I want to do is go ahead and subtract the 110 minus 103. So the cell reference here is B2. So I can say equals B2 minus C2. If I click OK, that gives me 7. So 110 minus 103 gives us 7. That is correct. Okay? So I can go ahead and do the same for here. For Elm College, I'll leave that for you to be able to go ahead and practice as well. We'll do one more thing here in terms of the calculation. I'll go to my graduate table, Maybe I want to go ahead and use the average function instead. So what's the average new students for our grad school here, for all of our colleges? Go ahead and click on my formula here. And so notice right now, this is the sum function. I can change that. I want to use the average function here. Okay, so here's our average function. But I'm going to go ahead and just delete this out. And I'll drop in my average function right here. And it's going to be above. So I'll type the word above here. We're doing it the long way. I'll go ahead and click OK. And so the average is 26.4 per school for graduates as well. Very good. I'll leave the rest of these for you as well. So the next thing we want to do is just talk about the cell layout. Okay. And we're still on our layout tab here. If I want to, I can go ahead and split these cells. The first thing I'll go ahead and do. So if I want to split this cell into two, maybe our team does not have this 100% correct. Maybe they think it's 110 and not 103. So we can split this cell into two, and we can split it into different numbers of columns here. I'll leave it as two columns in one row. And so now we have a second part of this cell. We can indicate, well, it's either 103 or maybe it's 110. Okay. Our formulas do not change. They're not dynamic. They're just static here. So when you create your formulas, even if you change the numbers, they're not changing. So I can split the cell just by doing that as well. Now let's talk about the cell layout. Of course, we can go ahead and just kind of grab the borders here and resize our columns and our rows if we want to. But you can also take advantage of the auto fit feature here. There's different auto fit options here. So the first one is to auto fit all the contents. That will just auto fit everything for us based on the headers here. We can auto fit to the window. So we'll take up the full length of our page here. Or we can go ahead and use a fixed column width. So those are the three options for you. So it's really up to you what you want to do. So what I want you to do right now, go ahead and perform the rest of the calculations for the change for these other schools. Go ahead and perform the calculations for the average here for the graduate students. And then go ahead and come right back. Welcome back. Hopefully you were able to calculate the remaining changes here and go ahead and grab the average for the graduating students for our grad school. Let's go ahead and move on. We want to talk about inserting charts. So I'll go ahead and scroll down here. I no longer need this table, so I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I'll click here. I'll go to my layout and I'll delete this table here just to give me some room here as well. And we want to go ahead and insert a chart. And we'll insert a chart and then we'll take a look at some of the really cool options to customize that chart as well. You would want to insert a chart because it's a really nice way to show a visual depiction of your data. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on my Insert tab here. And right over here in my Illustrations group, I have the option to insert a chart. And that is exactly what I want to do. But before I do that, I need to consider, well, what type of data do I want from my chart here? So I can either manually enter the data or I can use existing data. I already have some data here from my table. So I'll go ahead and use this data for my chart. So the first thing I want to do is to, remember I did split this cell. So what I want to do is just merge them. So I'll click on my layout tab here for my table and I'll click on the option to merge these cells. And so that removes the split for me. And now I just need to go ahead and delete that 110 value. Very good. I'll do my work ahead of time here. I'll go ahead and copy just a part of this table here. And I'll right click and I'll copy that. Very good. Okay, let's go back to our Insert tab here. And we'll insert our chart right here. And you get this big menu here. the same menu that you would get in Excel. You can insert various types of charts here. So by default, we have this clustered column chart, which is perfectly fine, but we can take a look and see what other options are there. So we have stack column, 100% stack column, 3D clustered column, 3D stack column. We can always change the chart later after we create it. So that's just not a problem. But we have various charts here, line charts, pie charts, bar charts, area charts, all the way down to complex combo charts. But we'll go ahead and just kind of keep this basic here. I'll go ahead and click OK. The great thing about creating a chart is that you get this little Excel helper here to help you with your chart. I'll scroll down a little bit here to bring my chart into focus. And so now we have to determine, well, what do we want to do? If I wanted to, I could go ahead and just create my chart by updating the data here. So notice category ones, my category ones are down here. So if I were to change this to, let's say Cedar U, then it changes to Cedar U. So I could type the names of my colleges here and then put in the data. But I want to go ahead and just paste the data right in here as well. So I'll just press Control V so I can go ahead and paste that data in that I copied earlier from my table. And there you go. So it drops it in for me. So here's Cedar University, and it's showing the new students, the graduating students, and the change as well. And the same for Elm College, Maple Academy, Oak Institute, and Pine College. So if you have your data ahead of time, then that works perfectly fine here. And we do have this outline here. So as long as your data set is inside of this outline, we can move this outline. If we wanted to expand and add more data, we can just drag this in as needed. But I'm finished with that. It's looking good. I'm going to go ahead and close this out. And so now we have our nice chart here. Okay. And so we do get the contextual menu for our chart. We have the chart design option, and we have the format option. So if I click away from the chart, it goes away. But if I click back on my chart, I have chart design and I have format. The format is not really used that much because it's basically considering our chart as a shape. And so a lot of these will kind of overwrite any of the other options that you use. So I'll go ahead and click on chart design here. And as the name mentioned, this is all about customizing the chart. So we could take advantage of the chart layouts option here and the chart styles. But I do want to point out that over here, right to the right of our chart, we do have these icons here that we can interact with as well. Right over here, we have these options that we can interact with. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and click on the first one. So these are the layout options here. And if you have inserted an object or a picture, this basically explains how text moves with our object here. So by default, it's in line with text. It's on its own line. I don't really have any text around it, so I'll just leave the option here as well. But if I wanted to wrap text around it in the form of a square or top to bottom, I can do that as well. Let's go ahead and click on our first button here for chart elements. And so there's a lot of options here. So for example, if I want to turn the axes off or on, so here's our axes here for our colleges, and here are the numerical values. So if I wanted to turn that off, it hides those for me. It gives me more room on my chart, but I'll leave those on. I can add axis titles if I want to. So if I click, it will allow me to provide some more information here. Maybe I can write colleges, but I don't want to do that right now. And we can go ahead and change the chart title. Now notice we do have a sub-menu for each of these options as well. And so if I click on the sub-menu for chart title, I can kind of just move where I want the chart to be. So right now it's above the chart. I have more options available if I want to. And I can go ahead and type right in my chart here, and I can change the name, or I can move things around here like that, but I'll leave that back here. And what I'll do is just type the name. So this is enrollment. Very good. And we'll move right along here. So we have data labels. Data labels is a good way to just kind of make it easier for your data to be read because it places the numerical value on top of our column bars here. We have the data table, which gives us a nice little hybrid. So we have the data table on the bottom and the chart on the top. So that could be useful. Then we have various error bars that we can use. We can turn the grid lines off or on if we want to. We can turn the legend on or off if we want to. Of course, it doesn't help if you're presenting this for the first time. You want to leave the legends on so people can actually know what exactly they're looking for. And I can go ahead and move the legend to the bottom. I'll put it back on the bottom here if I want to. Then we have various trend lines that we can use. Now, let's talk about some of the chart styles here. So with our chart styles, we do have some built-in chart styles that we can apply quickly to our chart. And if I just grab this scroll wheel here, I can just scroll down, scroll bar rather. And if I just mouse over each one, it's giving me a nice preview of what my chart would look like. So we have various styles that we can use. If I just scroll down here, we can kind of see some of them here. And if I just mouse over or hover my mouse, it's showing me a preview of what it would look like. So if I go all the way to the bottom here, currently we have 14 styles that are pre-built that we can use. I think I'll go ahead and accept this one here. Now we can change the colors. If you click on the color palette here, we have some colorful palettes here that you can use. And notice how my chart is changing as I'm just mousing over each one. So we have a colorful palette and we have another section with some monochrome, different variations of a particular color here as well. So it's really up to you which one you want to use. Of course, we also can take advantage of changing the theme as well, and that will give us access to even more colors. We also have filter options here. So if you want to be able to filter, maybe your audience is asking questions based on new students versus graduating students or a particular university, you can go ahead and apply a filter as well. So what I want you to do, go ahead and insert a chart. You can copy the data from the table or you can type in the data manually. But I want you to go ahead and play around with those different buttons. Choose a chart style, go ahead and customize the elements and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun just customizing your chart there. We spent some time manipulating a chart and a table, but we had to build them from scratch. Now, what if we already had an existing table or a chart in another Microsoft Office application, such as PowerPoint or even Excel? Well, let's talk about inserting either a table or a chart from other Office applications. So I do have my Excel worksheet here, and it's called Book 1. I currently have it saved. I'll go ahead and save it just in case it's not saved. And I do have a small table here. I recreated my table. Some of the data is slightly different here. But what if I wanted to go ahead and copy this data or this table right into my Microsoft Word document? I also have a chart here that I built based on this table. What if I wanted to go ahead and insert that as well? Well, we can take advantage of the advanced clipboard option here. So let's take a look at it. Let's see what that process looks like. I'll go ahead and highlight my table here. And I like using the right click. So I'll right click and I'll just go ahead and copy this. Then I'll move this out of the way. And I'm going to go ahead and drop that in right here. So I can either go to the Home tab and I can take advantage of the paste options here. Okay. So notice I have a few options. If I just kind of mouse over them, so I can just drop the table in here by keeping the original format. Option 2 is I can use the styles that are currently in my Word document here. I can go ahead and actually create a link to the original source. So if I want to create a link to my Excel table, I can do that. So basically, if I make any changes to my Excel worksheet, it will update the values that are right here in this document. We just need to enable the linking feature. And so we can also link, but we'll use the destination style. So we can either link it and keep the original style from the Excel table, or we can use this basic default style here. The other options, we can insert it as a picture, which means we can't really do anything with it. It's just there for visual purposes. Or we can keep the text only. Well, let's go ahead and take advantage of the, we'll link and keep the source formatting here. And we'll do it that way. So you can either just paste it in, and you'll still be able to actually modify the table in Microsoft Word. So you're either going to modify it in Word or you want to do it in Excel. I'll do it in Excel here. Okay, so I just need to go ahead and clean up my table a little bit here. I'll click on the layout and I want to auto-fit my contents here, just so it looks nice and neat here as well. Okay, and so now if I wanted to, I can go ahead and modify this table. So if I wanted to insert a column to my right, I can do that. And I can go ahead and resize it. So I can do all of those different things. I'm going to undo that. So if you find it easier to just copy your table from Excel, maybe it's easier for you to write your formulas in Excel, then that's perfectly fine. You can just go ahead and do it that way. And so now what if I change one of the values in Excel? Well, what I need to do is right click here on my table, and I can just go ahead and update this link here. So if I pull my Excel table over here, I'm gonna pull that back over here really quickly. And I'll change college A to 150. So 150, go ahead and save this document here, put it out of the way. So notice it's not updating right away, but if I right click and I update the link, here's my 150. So that value changes. So this is just another option for you if you find it easier to manage your tables in Excel. So I'll go ahead and auto fit this again. Very good. Now let's talk about that chart. I'll bring my Excel back over here. So here's my chart. I'll go ahead and just right click on it. Make sure I click on the border here. And from here, I can just go ahead and copy. So I can right click, can copy that. And now I can get this out of the way, actually. And so now what I want to do, see if I can get away from this table here. I want to go ahead and drop that chart right in here. So this time I'll right click. And so I get the options again. I can go ahead and insert my chart using the destination theme. And I can embed the workbook right here into Word. I can keep the source formatting and embed it. I can establish the link if I want to, okay, or I can insert it as a picture. So it's really up to you what you want to do. I think this time, maybe I'll go ahead and I'll keep the source formatting and embed the workbook here. And there you go. So now if I click on my chart, I still have the options here that I can go ahead and customize it as well. If I click on my chart design, I still have the option here. If I want to go ahead and select the data, I still have access to that Excel worksheet. I can change the data here if I want to. But it looks good. I'll leave it the way it is. So if you have a chart or a table in another Office application, such as PowerPoint or Excel, go ahead and just copy those over and take advantage of the advanced clipboard options. Insert it as a picture, as a link, or you can just embed the table or the chart right in there. So go ahead and play around with those options and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had some fun inserting some tables and some charts and customizing them as well. Let's move on to lesson number 2. I have condensed lesson 1 by collapsing my lesson 1 header here. And while you were gone, I did randomly just generate 2 paragraphs here, 3 sentences each. And let's go ahead and talk about customizing formats using styles and themes. Now, keep in mind, we do have on our home tab, we do have some existing styles that are here for us. So let's just kind of take a quick look. We'll click on this drop down here. And notice we have various styles here that we can use. So we have normal, we have various headings, we have titles, we have some intense references, some different types of options here that are kind of built in for us. But, they don't really have any color. They have some basic colors, blue or black and, bolded or italicized. And so what we want to do now is we want to be able to create our own styles. And we can do that by clicking on the Create a Style option here. And later on, we can go ahead and apply those styles as well. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to, let's see, I'll break these sentences up into 3. I want them on their own line. So I'll go ahead and do that. Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and choose my first line here. Notice the default font is this Calibri here. All right, so we have this Calibri 12, and we have our default color is black. So let's go ahead and make some changes here to this one. I'll grab my first sentence here, and I'll head over here, and maybe I want this to be Arial. I'll just choose the next font on the list here, and I'll make the size a little bigger. Maybe I want it to be 13. So I'll type 13 in there, and maybe I want it to be orange. So I'll choose this orange color here, and I'll go ahead and italicize that as well. Okay, so now if I want to go ahead and save the style, maybe I want to go ahead and apply it to the first sentence in my next paragraph. So I'll go ahead and just highlight that here, and I'll head over to my styles command group. I'll click on the drop down, and right here, as we visited before, I'll click on where it says create a style. And so now I can just go ahead and give this style a name. It gives me a nice preview of what it would look like here. I'll accept this value as style 1. If I wanted to make any more modifications to it, I can click on modify here. And we have a lot of options. Let me just move this up here a little bit. And we have some other options here that we can use. And there's a lot going on here, but it's all here for us to be able to customize. Remember, this is our document. We can do whatever we want to do to it. So it gives us a nice preview of what it would look like. By default, it's going to add the style to the gallery for us. So that will make it easy for us to basically access it. If we want additional formats, we can apply some formatting here. So here's the basic formatting that we get. The font type, the size, the modifications to the characters, and the color. If we wanted to, we can adjust the alignment, okay, the spacing, and the indentation. But we'll keep this first one simple here. I'm going to go ahead and just accept these, and I'll go ahead and press OK. And just like that, if you notice, let's take a look at the top here. Here's our style. We just created our own style. That's right here. So let's go ahead and apply that style to the first sentence in our second paragraph here. So I'll go ahead and just highlight this first sentence here. Goes all the way down here. And I want to apply the style to it. And look at that. I have not even clicked on it. It's already applying that style for me. Go ahead and click on that style there. Let's do another one here. This time, I'll choose the next font on the list, which is, I'll go Algerian. I'll make this one 14. I'll give this a color of, let's see, I'll give it this color here, this light blue. Go ahead and add that. And I'll go ahead and save the style. So I'll click on the drop down, create a style. I'll leave it as style 2. Let's see if I can make another type of modification to it here. Maybe I want this to be centered. Maybe I'll choose the center alignment here. So this is what it would look like here. And I can adjust the spacing if I want to, but I'll keep it basic here. See what other format options are here. So I do have some other format options here for font, paragraph, tabs, so that nature. But let's see, maybe I'll give it a tighter. And right down here, it gives you all the information. Okay, so it gives you the font, the size, the color, and right now it's centered, and we have this 2-point spacing here as well. So I'm good to go. I'll click OK. And so my style 2, if I take a look at my styles gallery, they're right here, they're showing up. So I'll go ahead and apply that to my second sentence here. Give that a style 2. Very good. And I'll do one more. Go ahead and just do one more here. And this one, I'll choose the next one on the list, which is, let's see, Arial Black. Why not? I'll do that. I'll leave the color as is. Maybe I'll make this one, maybe make it 16, make it stand out. And so I think that's good for now. We'll go ahead and let's see, create a style. I'll modify this. I'll leave it as style 3. And this one I want to be, I want this one to be right aligned here. And nice spacing there. And I'll go ahead and click OK. And just as before, we'll go ahead and apply that style to our third sentence here as well. There we go. Very good. So go ahead, add a few styles there, as many as you want to, and just make sure that you can apply them to another form of text. Play around and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had some fun taking advantage of the wonderful opportunity to create your own styles here. Very, very useful tool. Will save you a lot of time in the future. Well, let's go ahead and move on to our second task here in lesson 2, which is we can also create our own table styles. So I just copied and pasted my table here from earlier. Scroll down a little bit here. And I'm going to go ahead and click on my table design tab. And notice from here, I have several table designed layouts that I can choose from. If I just click on this menu, I have some plain table styles that I can use. And notice as I'm mousing over each of them, it's applying the change or it's giving me a preview. We have some grid table options here, various colors. And we also have some list tables here that I can use. So I can easily just apply, I can change and apply it by doing that. But what if I want some other colors or some other features or other things of that nature? Now remember, if we go ahead and click on our design tab, we do have the option to change our theme. Now remember, our theme is basically a list of fonts, colors, and effects. And so as we change our theme, we can actually have different options here. So I'll go ahead and change the theme. Maybe I'll change to banded here. And notice as I'm just moving over each theme, I'm getting different color combinations here. So I'll go back to my table design here. And now if you take a look, we have different color options here. So the bottom line is here is that you have a lot of different options to go ahead and change and customize your table as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and make some basic changes to my table here. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and save that style. So there's a few ways you can do that. Just click on your table. And once you go to the table design tab, you can click on the more dropdown, just as we did earlier. And if you go down, we can create a new table style from scratch, or we can modify the existing table style. So if you find a table style that's kind of close to what you're looking for, you can go ahead and modify that. Let's take a look at the new table style here. Now we have a lot of options here. We just take a look here, a lot of options. So first we give it a name. I can call it, I'll leave it at style 4. That's perfectly fine. The style type, we want to leave it as table. And right here we can choose, right? So this is based on a normal table. Or notice we have all of the table styles here. If we want to use one of these as kind of as a palette to choose from. So We can go ahead and apply the formatting to the whole table if we want to, or maybe it's just the header row or the first column. So it's very, very specific. Very, very powerful customizable tools here. We can establish the font type here if we want to. We can change the color if we want to. And right here on the bottom, it's giving you a nice preview of what your table will look like here. Okay. So to keep things easier, I'll go ahead and just choose from an existing style here, maybe table grid. There we go. So now we have our grid here. So I'll just go ahead and choose I'll choose Arial black. I'll change the font to 12. And I want the color to be maybe this nice blue here. Again, I'm going kind of crazy here with this. And let's see. Okay, so here we have our borders, the size of our borders, and we have the color of our borders as well. And let's see. Here we can decide what type of borders we want. All borders on the outside, we'll leave that. We have other colors that we can use. So I'll just try to do one of everything here and see what happens. Maybe I'll make this black. No, it's a little too crazy there. Maybe something like that. And here we have the alignment. I usually like everything to be centered, so I'll go ahead and choose that. And right here on the bottom, we're getting a nice, nice information of what this style is going to look like. So here we have all the information that we're plugging in here. We have the option to apply this only to this document, or we can say a new document based on this template. I'll go ahead and click on Format. We have some other options here, but I don't want to go too crazy here. And let's see. I'll go ahead and click OK. And if I did that right, it should show up here. So if we click on our more here, at the very top, we'll see the custom tables that we have created, or the custom styles. If I click here, it's going to apply that style to my table here. Yeah, I'm not the most artistic person here, but hey, I was able to create my own table style here. So go ahead and insert a table and just go ahead and create your own style. You can either create one from scratch or you can build one based on an existing table style. Welcome back. Hopefully you had fun creating your own table style there. Now let's move on to objective 3 of lesson 2, which is the office theme. Notice I'm currently on my design tab here, and I did drop in a random paragraph here, random Microsoft paragraph here. And what I want to do is go ahead and change the theme. And I want to go ahead and change the colors and the fonts, maybe some of the effects as well, and see how it impacts my paragraph here. So if I go back to my home tab, this is the Corbel font and it's size 12. So let's go ahead and change our theme. Maybe I'll change my theme to this gallery theme here. And let's take a look and see. So notice how the font changed, and notice how the effects changed here as well. So what we can do is we can go ahead and just kind of customize things on our own. We have various types of paragraphs here that we can apply to it as well. But what I want to do, I want to manually kind of select the colors that I want to use. So maybe I want to use this, blue is my favorite color. So maybe this blue palette here, maybe this is what I want to use. And as for the font, maybe I want to use this, let's see, I'll use this Corbel. Maybe I'll use Corbel font. And as far as the effects, we have various effects here that we can use. I have this glowy edge, okay, smoky glass. Maybe I'll use the glowy edge here as well. And if I wanted to, I can go ahead and kind of affect the paragraph spacing if I want to. I have a lot of things going on in this document, so I don't want to do that right now. But I could change it to tight, open, relaxed if I want to as well. So the whole idea is we can go into the design tab. We can choose our own colors, our own fonts, our own effects, or even our own paragraph spacing as well. And once you get the combination that you really, really like, you can go ahead and set that as the default for your documents. Or we can go ahead and we can save this here by clicking on the themes dropdown, and we can save this current theme. So if I click on save this current theme, okay, so remember, I kind of did this manually here. It's going to open up a dialog box for you for a default location for where your Microsoft Word is storing your themes. You don't want to change that location. The only thing you want to do is just go ahead and give it a name. Right now, the default name is theme 1. I'll just click save and my theme is there. So now if I were to click on my themes dropdown under custom, I can see my theme 1 here. Very good. So I want to be able to go ahead and see if I can reset the theme from the template here. Let's see. There we go. All right, so we have that option there. I can always go back to the office theme if I want to, just like that. Very good. So go ahead, click on your design tab, write a paragraph, change the color, the font, the paragraph spacing, and the effect. Get that combination that you're looking for, that you feel comfortable for. This is your Word document. Once you're done, click on the themes dropdown and click on save the current theme. And just make sure you come back. You can see it here at the top underneath the custom theme options. And come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 3. And we'll talk about inserting content by using reusable content. Specifically, we'll talk about building blocks. Well, what are building blocks? Well, notice that I'm currently on my Insert tab. And on the Insert tab, if we head over to our text command group, we have this option here. It's called Quick Parts. And you may be wondering, well, what is Quick Parts? I've never seen that before. I've never paid attention to it. Well, Quick Parts, if I just click on the drop down here, we have some different options to explore. But before we take a look at the menu, basically, there's a lot of web-based applications now that allow you to create documents online. And one of the great features of those applications is that it allows you to basically pull different types of text or paragraphs or fonts from different places where you can basically just drop that right onto your canvas. And it makes it a lot easier because it gives you a lot of ideas. And so you don't have to spend that much time customizing options as well. Well, that's exactly what Quick Parts is. There are quick parts here that are predefined in Microsoft Word, and you can basically just call on these and drop them right into your document. So I'll go ahead and click on Quick Parts. I'll go down to the Building Blocks Organizer. Now, this is a list of really just all the building blocks that are inside of Microsoft Word. So if we take a look, we can see the gallery is listed in alphabetical order here. So we have some built-in ones here. This is for my company here. It's just basically says Learn It 3. This one just says L2. But if we take a look at the bibliography, so we have a bibliography-based building block here, and we can go ahead and just insert that. And here's a preview of what it looks like on the right. So we have 3 different types of bibliographies that we can drop in if we want to. We have lots of cover pages here that we can drop in as well. So we have bibliographies, we have cover pages, while I scroll down a little bit here. We have equations that are built in. So these are all built in. We have various footers that we can use to drop in. And we have various headers, different types of headers. And let's see, we have page numbers. Let's move down to our text boxes so I can give you an idea of exactly how this works. So I'll go down to my text boxes here. We also have tables, various calendars that we can insert as well. That one looks pretty cool. So I'll go down to text boxes here. So here we have a simple text box. We have a simple quote text box. So what if I want some inspiration? I want something that looks like this to kind of give some visual appeal to my document here. I'll go ahead and I will insert that. Of course, it doesn't want to behave. I have to move it up here. Okay. And so I just grabbed a built-in text box and I was able to just insert that really, really quickly. If I wanted to, I can insert another one right next to it. And this will make this page really come to life here. Now let's go back into that menu. I'll click on my Insert tab again, and we'll just take a look around. I'll go back to my building blocks organizer here. And maybe I'll grab this bibliography here. And let's take a look at the properties. So I'll click on Edit Properties. And notice it's very exhaustive. We have the name, we have the gallery that it's in. So it's currently in the bibliographies gallery. We have the category, it's built in. Okay. We can create a new category if we want to, but we'll keep it basic here. We have a nice description of what it is. Where is it saved? And then we have our options here, how we want this to pretty much appear on our page. So right now it will be inserted as content in its own paragraph. We can insert the content only, or we even have the option of inserting it on its own page. Okay. So these are customizable. We can go ahead and make changes to them in terms of their behavior. We cannot modify the actual properties of it, but we can modify their behavior. So I'll go ahead and close this. What I want to do is I want to be able to write a short disclaimer. I already have a disclaimer here that I wrote. And I want to be able to just kind of drop this in. Move this down a little bit here. Move this out of the way. I'll get rid of it. So just want a small disclaimer. And maybe I'll give that a style here. I'll go back to my home. Maybe I'll give it the style that I created earlier. And I want to be able to drop this disclaimer anywhere on my document. Okay. And so what I'll do is I'll go ahead, now that I have the colors and the style that I want, I'll go ahead and highlight it. And I'll go ahead and click on my Insert tab. I'll go back to my quick parts. Now that I have something selected, I can go ahead and save the selection to the quick part gallery. So I'll go ahead and save that. But before I do that, I'm going to make one more quick adjustment. Maybe I'll put a border around it. I'll go back to my home tab here and I'll put a nice border. Let's see, outside border. There we go. Now it looks more official. So I'll go ahead now and insert. I'll go to my quick parts and I'll save this selection to the quick part gallery. And it's going to ask me what I want to call it. It's using the first word here, which is disclaimer. That's perfectly fine. I want to go ahead and just accept all of these defaults. I want to leave it in the quick parts gallery. The category will be general. I can assign it to another one if I want to, but I'll leave it here. And I want to insert the content only. I'll go ahead and click OK. Very good. So now if I go back to quick parts, it's showing up right here automatically for me. And now I can go ahead and drop that in if I want to. So if I want to drop it in there, I can drop it in there. I'll go ahead and undo that. So that's a very nice option. The last thing I'll do here is I want to go ahead and save it somewhere else. So I'll go ahead and highlight it again. And I'll go back to my quick parts. This time I'll save to the quick part gallery because I want it to show up right here under my auto text. So notice I do have two auto texts here, one for L2, one for Learn It 3. And if I wanted to, I can also insert different properties here. So if I wanted to insert the author, which is me, it will drop a field right in here. We'll talk about that in a little bit here. I want to go ahead and save my selection here. And maybe I'll go ahead and call this disclaimer 2, just like that. And this time what I want to do is I want to go ahead and add it to the auto text so that now I can go ahead and drop it in easier there. I'll go ahead and click OK. And so now if I go to quick parts and I go to auto text, it will be right here. I can drop in my disclaimer anywhere in my document that I want to. Go ahead and click on the Insert tab, take a look at the quick parts, go ahead and take a look at the different building blocks that are available. Try and drop in that same simple quote text box that I was able to drop in. But go ahead and write your own disclaimer Save it to the quick parts as auto text and just practice dropping it in different places on your document and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun writing your own disclaimer and being able to see that in the auto text for quick parts here as well. Let's go ahead and move on to objective number 2 and for lesson 3 here. So we did take a look at the auto text. We took a look at some of the building blocks organizers, the vast array of them. And let's take a look at the document properties and the fields as well. So we can insert some document properties. We can also insert fields. So with the document properties, we have some specific fields that we can drop in to our document here, such as the author, which is Learn It Training, which is the name of my account here. So I can drop that in if I want to. And if I go back, I can drop in the publish date. And so this is a interactive field. So if I drop this in, I can go ahead and change the date here. So maybe I want to put it as December 7th. I can do that as well. So these are really fields and you can interact with them. I'll go ahead. And so we have some built-in ones here for this document. But for a more exhaustive list, if we click on field, we get this really big dialog box here where we have several categories that we can choose from, such as date and time. And these are all the different types of fields that we can drop in on our document. We have some document automation that we have here as well. We have equations and formulas that we can drop in. We used this formula earlier on with our tables. We were able to insert this when we were performing the calculations in our table. We have some indexes and tables as well that we can use. But overall, we have some mail merge options in here as well, such as the address block and different options of that nature. Go ahead and just play around. Go ahead and drop in some of these fields right onto your document if you want to. The address block here, some of them are customizable. You can uncheck or you can specify different conditions and modify some of these as well. I can go ahead and drop in some more auto text. I have some auto text here that I can drop in. We have comments as well. And we have the dates. So we have various date formats that we can choose from if we want to drop in a particular date field. This is particularly useful if you're creating a form and you want to be able to drop these in for your users to be able to adhere to a particular date format. So go ahead and click on the quick parts. Try to drop in some of the document property fields here and go ahead and take a look at the exhaustive list of fields and just play around with them and then come right back. Welcome back. Let's move on to lesson 4, where we'll be talking about just using templates to automate document formatting. So specifically, we'll be taking a look at some templates. We'll view an existing template and we'll actually go ahead and create our own template as well. Now, what is the purpose of a template? Template basically already has fields and paragraphs and sentences and objects and elements that are already built in. And so the only thing that you need to do is just go ahead and update the information that's in there. So it takes away a lot of the legwork that you need to do in terms of designing or creating an actual document. So for example, if I wanted to insert a cover page here, I'm on my Insert tab here. If I click on the drop down for cover page, these are really templates if you think about it. They all have their own special type of formatting, colors that are in here as well. And a lot of these fields are left blank so that you can fill in your own information. I'll go ahead and click on my File tab and let's take a look at an existing template. We'll open it up, peek around, and then we'll go ahead and create our own template as well. So I'll click on my File tab here and I'll go to New. And if you notice here on the bottom, we do have several templates that we can use. And we can go ahead and search specifically for a template if we want to, or we can go ahead and make use of the menu here. We can search by category, or we can take a look at some templates that are down here as well. Now, keep in mind, some of these templates, they're kind of guided tutorials, such as this one here to take a tour. and for table of contents as well. But some of them are just waiting for user input, for you to input information to kind of make it your own. So I'll go ahead and search for a business template here. And maybe we want to create a report for our business, and where we want something that has a nice graphical appeal. So I'll go ahead and click on here. And it gives us a little synopsis of what this is. So put together a professional report with this basic report template for Word. Okay, so it includes space for a company logo and can be used in any area of business. I'm going to click on Create here. We'll take a look and see what it looks like. So right here, as we can see, all the formatting is there for us. We just need to update the information. If we want to go ahead and give this a title, we can. I did change the year. It's 2021. And it has a nice picture in the background. And so you can change that picture. If you click on that picture and you right click, we can change this picture. We can, from a file, if we already have the picture that we want, or maybe from an online source as well. So if I click on stock images, I can apply one of these images there as well. But in that situation, you would have the picture that your company picture that you would want to place there. And we can go ahead and put the actual date on here. And right here, we can actually go ahead and put the company name. So maybe I'll put my company name here, like so. And we can put our name here if we want to. Maybe I'll just put my initials, MJ. And if we scroll down, we have some other options here. And it's giving us instructions on what we can do. So just tap any placeholder and start typing to replace it with your own. Okay, we can add a picture if we want to. We can change this quote if we want to, right? And so the whole idea, this was saved as a template that allows us to go in and just make it our own. And that's the nature of a template. Very useful when you really need a really good starting point and you want to view an existing design that you can change as well. So various templates do exist, and we'll go ahead and just make a very basic template here. So I'll click on File. I'll open up a blank document here. And let's see, maybe I want to have the task of creating some packages for a employee recognition day. Okay. And so what I can do is I wanted to basically just create something here that will have some text boxes with information, some pictures, and things of that nature as well. So I'm going to go ahead and click on my Insert tab. And I'll just make this very, very simple just to kind of demonstrate how we can save this as a template here. I could drop in some quick parts in here if I want to. So I can go back to that building blocks organizer. I can look for a special type of text box that I want. Let's see if I can go down here. And let's see, text boxes. Maybe I'll insert, let's see, we have some sidebars here that will look pretty nice. Simple text box. We have some other text boxes here. Maybe I'll insert this one here. And this time I'll go up to my insert and I'll have a text box from here as well. Let me click away from this current text box. I'll go down. Maybe I'll move this over a little bit here, like so. And I'll leave it here. I just want to make sure I can click away from that. Okay, so now maybe I want this sidebar. Let's see if I can get one with another color here. Maybe I'll go with blue and orange. So I'll move this sidebar over. Let's see. Do that for now. And text boxes are really cool because they kind of ignore all of the other formatting on your page. And so you just click away from it. I'll go ahead and insert a simple text box this time. And this time what I want, I'm actually going to insert a picture inside of this text box. So I'll delete this and I'll click on my Insert tab and I'll grab a picture, stock image. And maybe I'll use an icon just to kind of keep it simple here. icon of a person. Maybe this is for one of our coworkers here. So I'll grab that, and maybe I want to just kind of move things around here a little bit. So now what I want to do is just kind of adjust the layout options here. I'll want to fix the position on the page. So I'll enable that. So now I can move this. We'll do that with this one here as well, just so that I can move them where I want to. And as well. So I'll move this one over here, like so. This one here. Very good. And we want this picture to be a little bigger. So we'll actually type in here just to change the picture. And we'll make this picture a little bigger here. Give this some more balance. Okay. And I'll go ahead and duplicate this sidebar by pressing Control D, as in David. And let's check the layout options. Okay, very good. Go ahead and move this over here. Like that. And right now, it's just a matter of us leaving instructions. I'll put another text box down here. See if I can find a nice one. Go ahead and insert another text box. And let's see if I can find that quote that I had earlier. There we go. That looks pretty good. Go ahead and move this down here. Just like that. And so maybe this part here could be maybe a short bio of the person. Maybe this would be a person's, maybe a tagline that describes the person. And maybe this is the, I don't know, CEO statement regarding the person. And down here is our actual employees' favorite things to do. Okay. And so now the person just needs to enter the bio, a tagline, grab the statement from the CEO, change the picture here to their picture, and they can add their favorite things to do as well. So now if I like this, I can just go ahead and save this as a template. So I'll go ahead and click on my file menu here. Of course, I can make changes here if I want to, because remember with the text box, you do have the contextual menu here. So we can change these colors and different things if we want to. I'll keep it simple, just stick to this layout. Maybe I'll make this a little bigger here. Now I'll go ahead and click on my file menu. I'll click Save As. And I want to save this as a template. So maybe I'll save it on my computer here. And maybe I'll just save it on my desktop. But what I want to do is I want to save it as a Word template. So when I click on this drop down for Word template, notice how it changes the location, this default location here. And we don't want to change that. We just want to go ahead and give this a name. So I'll go ahead and call this Employee Day. I'll go ahead and save that. And so that is saved as a template. So let me go back to my original document here. I'll minimize this one. Minimize this one as well. And let's go ahead and take a look at the templates here. Click on New. And now I have this option here for personal. Okay, so I have my office templates and I have my personal template. So if I click here, there's my template that I used. So now I can just go ahead and click on this. And I can go ahead and just make changes to it. We're good to go. So it's your turn. Go ahead and just make a basic template, or it could be advanced. Make as many changes as you want to. And just make sure you click on File and Save As. You want to save it as a template. And once you have that, just click on File, New, and make sure that your template is showing up, and you're all set to go. And come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 5. Now, with lesson number 5, we'll talk about controlling the flow of a document, specifically using breaks such as the page break, column, and section breaks. Now, I do have another document prepared here, so I'll go ahead and open that up. And I'll go ahead and click on my Layout tab, and we'll be taking advantage of some of these options here, such as adding or removing columns and various types of breaks as well. So notice we have different types of breaks. We have page breaks, we have column breaks, and we also have different types of section breaks, such as the next page or the continuous. We'll take a look at these, and we'll have some examples here as well. Our current document is 2 pages. Just have some random paragraphs here. Here's page 1, and here's page 2. Just some basic formatting. Nothing too elaborate here. And so what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and just talk about breaks. Now, why would you want to use different section breaks in your document? Well, according to Microsoft, these are really reserved for book writing. So if you're writing a book and you want to kind of create different sections in your book, such as chapters, or have different formatting in different sections as well, then section breaks will actually give you the opportunity to do that. So let's go ahead and talk about that. Let's say, for example, on this very first page, what I want to do, I want to show a 2-column format. So I want 1 column here, and then we can transition to reading at the 2nd column and going down on the right. So I'll click here at the beginning of my first paragraph, and I'll go over to the column and I'll click on 2. And just like that, we have that 2-column format, which is very common for reading different types of text. And if we scroll down to page 2, we also notice that this continues on to page 2. But we don't want this to continue on to page 2. We just want this to be the case for our first page. So there has to be a better way to do this. I'll go ahead and undo by pressing Ctrl-Z. And this time what I want to do, maybe I can go ahead and insert a page break so I can push all these paragraphs down. All right, maybe I just want these first 2 paragraphs here on this page in 2 columns, and everything else we push down to their own page. So I can insert a page break right from here by clicking on breaks, and I can just insert a page break. There are different ways to insert a page break as well. I can press Ctrl-Enter on my keyboard. That will insert the page break for me. I can also go to the Insert tab and insert a page break. I'll go back to my Layout tab and do it this way. So that worked. It pushed the rest of my document down to its own page. And now that page is ready for some formatting. So if I go back up here, so now I have half of what I want. I just want these first 2 paragraphs here on the first page. Now I want them to be in 2 columns. So I'll go ahead and click on my columns as I did before, and I'll convert this to 2. Now what you'll notice that happens here is if I scroll down to page 2, even though I inserted that page break, I'm still inheriting that formatting because Microsoft Word is treating this entire document as one section. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and right click on the bottom left of my document here. And I want to turn on the section so I can see the different sections that I'm in here. Notice we're currently viewing the page numbers and the word count. I'll go ahead and click on section. And so now I'm on page 2. It's saying that I'm in section 1. If I go back to page 1, I'm still in section 1. And so that's not going to work. So what I need to do to kind of break up the formatting here is I need to insert a section break. So I'll undo this again. And this time what I'll do is I still have that page break there. That's fine. But I want to break up the formatting before I apply my 2 columns here. So I'll go to the end of my paragraph and I'll go ahead and insert a break And this time I want to insert either a continuous section or the next page. What I want to do is I want it on the next page here. So you do have the option, if you want to, you can create more than one sections on a page by using the continuous section break. But I already know I want it to be on the next page, so I'll go ahead and click there. Very good. So I'm kind of pushing things down here a little bit. That's perfectly fine. So now I can go ahead and I can apply my 2 columns here. And just by taking a look at my document, I can see that the corresponding pages are not in columns. If I go back to page 3, I can see that this is just one column. Okay, now something happened here. I did apply the 2 columns here, but it's only currently showing in one column. And so now we have to kind of let Microsoft Word know at what point we want our text to spill over into the other column. So what I'll do this time is I'll go ahead and click on breaks and I'll insert a column break. This will indicate that the text following the column break will begin in the next column. And just like that, I was able to go ahead and do that. So mission accomplished. I have my first 2 paragraphs here on my first page, and I have them showing in a 2-column format. So now let's go ahead and review our sections. So this is section 1. I'll go down to page 2. So anything from page 2 basically is in section 2. Now, a lot of these changes are invisible. I'm going to go to my home tab and turn on my Pilcrow, and this will show all of the paragraph marks and hidden symbols. And I'll go to the top of my document here. So here are my paragraphs. Here's my column break. If I just scroll down, I can see that there's a page break here. Now I did insert 2 breaks, and so this pushed my data all the way down. To insert a break, you can just place your cursor right before the break and press the delete key. And notice how that deleted that page break for me, and it brought my text back up to page 2. Very good. So page 2, still in a section. I'll go ahead and create a 3rd section here. Maybe after this paragraph, I'll create another break. This time I'll do the next page again. That will push those down to the next page. So if I click here, just to confirm, so I have section 3. Now, one of the benefits, of course, of including section breaks is you can apply your own formatting. In this example, what I want to do here is I want to go ahead and maybe apply a page border just to section 2. So I'll go ahead and click on my design tab, and I'll just do a simple page border. And maybe I want a 3D box. Maybe I'll give that an orange color. And I'll kind of leave that the way it is. Now here's where this comes in. If I click on where I want this page border to apply to, the default option is the whole document. So all of my pages will look like this. But now I have this option. Because I have created sections, I can say I just wanted to apply it to this section here. Okay. If I did not have any sections, remember the document is considered as one long section until you actually create the sections. So it will apply to the entire document. So now that I have created a section, I have the ability to go ahead and just apply the border to this section here. And as you can see, my first page does not have the border. My 3rd page does not have the border, but my 2nd page has that border here as well. I'll go to my page 3, and this time what I'll do is I'll go ahead and change the layout. Maybe for page 3, I want to have a landscape orientation. I'll go back to my layout tab here. I'll click on orientation, and I'll change that to landscape. And notice, because I created a section, it's not converting my entire document to landscape. Page 3 is landscape, page 2 is still in portrait, and page 1 is still in portrait as well. So those are the benefits of using the different types of breaks and columns in Microsoft Word. So go ahead and mark up this document, insert some columns, insert some breaks, and make some formatting to each section as well, and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you were able to practice and getting a hang of using the different page, column, and section breaks to format your document. While you were gone, I did insert 2 text boxes here, just 2 basic text boxes. They're identical, and it's just waiting for user input. So I'll go ahead and click inside of my first text box here. And I really like to use text boxes in my Word document because they give you a lot of opportunity to just kind of break up the formatting. They don't really follow the rules. And within that text box, you can insert pictures, you can type text, and it's just a nice way to kind of make things stand out and grab your reader's attention as well. So in this case, what I want to do is I want to kind of control the size of these text boxes here. I do have a few paragraphs that I want to write. And what I want to do is to have some of my one paragraph on my text box on the left and another paragraph in my text box on the right. Now, you can kind of see how it's going to be a little challenging, but let's go ahead and dive in. I'll drop in my rand function here. And as an example, I'll use 2 paragraphs and 3 sentences. And as you can see now, because I typed so much information in this text box, it's moving things around. It's moving my headers around for lesson 6 and lesson 7. And it's just getting really, really big here. Now, if I resize it, it does not auto fit. And so I'm losing a lot of the information in here. And so what I'd rather do is to have my information flow over into this text box. That way we can just have 2, pretty manageable text box and not 2 really big ones here. So I'll press Control Z just to kind of undo some of my changes here. I'll go back to normal here. There we go. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and delete the information in this text box here. And I'll also delete the info that's in here as well. And what I'll do is, now that I've clicked on the text box, notice that I do have the shape format contextual menu. And what I want to do is I want to take advantage over here in the text command group. I want to be able to create a link to another text box. So if we just kind of mouse over it, it says let your text flow from one text box to another. Click an empty text box to link it to that current one. So that's why I made sure to delete the information here. So I'll go ahead and click on create link. And I have this, I'm ready here to create a link. It's like a little coffee mug here. And here we go. I'll go ahead and click on this text box. And so now these 2 are linked. So I can go ahead and resize them now if I want to. I'll click away from that text box here. Click on this one. Maybe just resize it a little bit. And now I'll go ahead and drop in those 2 paragraphs again. And we'll see how this behaves. I'll press enter. And look at that. Pretty cool. It spilled my data over, so it's continuing. When it ran out of room in this text box, it went over to my other one. Now I do have some more room here, so I want to make sure to scroll down a little bit. But what I want to do, I want them to remain the same size. So I'll click on my first text box here. I'll hold down the control key and I'll select the other one. There we go. Now I can resize them at the same time here till I see everything that I want to see. There we go. So that looks good. Very good. So just really nice. And of course, with the contextual menu, I have other options here. If I want to change the color, the layout of it, I can get some nice preview of what it would look like. And really nice feature here as well. So go ahead and take advantage of the linking feature. If we wanted to break the link, we simply need to just click on the icon that says break the link here. And all the text will be placed in the selected text box as well. So go ahead and drop in 2 text boxes and link them together and just play around with them and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun with lesson 5, controlling the flow of a document, and also being able to create a few text boxes and link them together as well. Let's move on to lesson number 6. We'll talk about simplifying and managing long documents. And for our first objective here, we'll talk about just inserting a cover page and a table of contents, 2 essential items to having a really, really great document. So I'll go over to my Insert tab here. And inserting a cover page is a pretty straightforward process. If I click on my drop down here on my Insert tab for my Pages command group, for cover page, I'll click on the drop down, and I am presented with a lot of options here for different types of cover pages. And when you insert a cover page, it will always insert that cover page on that very top page for you. So you do not need to worry about where you're clicked on. Right now, I'm currently clicked on inside of lesson 6, but it's going to insert this cover page for me right at the very top. Just kind of take a look. We have different types of layouts here. And we can also look for more on office.com. We have some other ones here, some more modern ones as well. But we'll keep it simple. And let's just kind of take a look at how it works here. I'll choose the banded cover page here. And I'll drop that in. And if I click on my pages here in my navigation pane, I can see it pushed my data down. So it literally inserted a blank page at the top of the document. And now I can go ahead and interact with my cover page. So here I can just go ahead. I have a title field. So remember in our earlier tutorial, we talked about inserting different types of fields. And when we were taking a look at our quick parts menu, so here is a title field that allows you to add a title. So I'll go ahead and type my title in here. And if we scroll down, we can see that this was designed by using some other fields as well. So here is the author field. And so the author field inherited my username that is associated with Microsoft Word. Here I can put the company name, so I can drop that in. And maybe I don't want the company address, so I'll go ahead and delete that. And there you go. So I have a nice cover page here for my document. And once again, this is really a template that was created for you to add information in as well. Okay, 1 down, 2 to go. Now we need to talk about inserting a table of contents, which is a really great way to kind of organize your document here. I'll scroll down just a little bit here, and I'll head over to my References tab. And on the far left, I do have the option here of inserting the table of contents. So if I click on the drop down here, so I have an automatic table 1, and it gives me some more information here. And here's my automatic table 2, and I can go ahead and create a manual table if I want to. And I can grab some more tables from office.com if they're available. And I can go ahead and customize my table as well. If I insert a table of contents, I can go ahead and remove it. So how does the table of contents work? Well, notice that we currently have our headings here. We have a heading for each lesson. So if I click on my headings here, so this document is ready for a table of contents because the table of contents will take a look at all the headings and it will add those automatically to our table of contents. And we will be able to click on each section and navigate to each one of those lessons here as well. So if I just kind of mouse over the table of contents, so it allows us to provide an overview of our document by adding a table of contents. So text using a heading style will be included automatically. So we can include more entries and the table will be refreshed when you click Update Table. So you can either do this in the beginning before you start your document, or you can wait till the end. I like to wait until the end so that I can just make one massive import here. And so what I want to do, the nature of these headers here, it's going to be a little problematic if I try to insert a blank page. But what I want to do, we have to determine where do we want to insert our table of contents. Unlike the cover page that always goes to the top, the table of contents will be inserted based on where you have your cursor. And which is a good idea. It gives you more flexibility. Always want your second page of your document to be your table of contents. Maybe you want it to be the first page or the third page. In this case, I want it to be the second page. And so I want to insert a blank page right here. So this will push my lessons down to page 3, and I'll have my table of contents here. But before I do that, I already know the nature of these headers. I want to go ahead and expand all of them. So I'll right click here on lesson 1. And I have this menu here to expand or collapse, I want to expand all of my headings, just so that I don't run into any issues when I'm trying to insert my blank page. Very good. So now I can go and click on the Insert tab. I want to make sure I place my cursor right before that lesson 1. I want to go ahead and insert a blank page. So that worked well. Now I have 3 pages, well, multiple pages here, 4 pages actually. But now I have this blank page right in between my lessons and my cover page. So if I click here, now I can go ahead and insert my table of contents. So everything looks good. I'll head over to my References tab. I'll click on the table of contents, and maybe I'll use Automatic Table 2. Gives you a little preview of the type of style that's being used and the heading. I'll click on Automatic Table 2, and just like that, gives me my header for the table of contents, and here are my different lessons, 1 through 7, based on the headers that I created. And it's giving me some instructions here. If I press Control and click, it will bring me to that particular lesson. So let's go back to lesson 6 here. And that will bring me right down to lesson number 6. Now, if I wanted to add something to the table, I can add another header. So for example, if I press the Enter key here and I were to put, let's see, table. And if I give this a heading, so I'll go back to my Home tab, give this a heading 1. Now I'm going to go back to my table. Sorry, I'm moving back and forth a lot here. And so notice it's not showing up here. So I need to go ahead and click on my table. And I have the option right here to update the table. And that's what I'll go ahead and do. And so it asked me a question. Do I want to update the page numbers only? Notice our page numbers are here on the right. I want to update the entire table. So I'll go ahead and click OK. And just like that, the last entry, the last header that I created here, it's showing up, and it includes the page number as well. And so that's why I took the liberty in the beginning to just convert all of these lessons into headings so I can have a much smoother transition when I'm creating my table of contents. So go ahead and insert your cover page. Go ahead and insert a blank page. Just remember to kind of expand all of your headings first, and then insert your table of contents. Add some more headings as practice and update the table, and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun inserting a cover page and a table of contents to give your document a more professional appeal. Well, let's move on to objective number 2 on lesson 6 here. We'll talk about outlines, and we'll talk about managing outlines. Now, I do have another document prepared here. I'll go ahead and open that document up. It's called Outline File 1. And to kind of demonstrate how the outline feature works, I do have a document here. It's our employee handbook. I'm creating an employee handbook, a fictitious one. And so we have a title here. We have 4 parts that we need to go ahead and complete. Right now we have part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4. If I expand part 1, I can see I have lots of data here, lots of paragraphs. We're scrolling down. If I go ahead and condense this one and open up part 2, same thing. I have a lot of random text in here as well that I inserted. And currently part 3 does not have any data, and part 4 does not have any data either. So we need to go ahead and add data to those as well. So using the outline feature, I'll go ahead and click on my View tab. And once I click on my View tab, over here on the left, I have this View command group, and I have my outline right here. So I'll go ahead and take advantage and click on my outline. And the outline is very useful when you need to manage a very long document. So if you're writing a book, you have hundreds of pages, or in this case, we're writing an employee handbook that can be up to 100 pages or so. This gives us a really nice option to be able to just kind of customize and control the document. Using headers is a good idea because then you can collapse different headers. For example, if I just want to focus on part 2, I can collapse all the headers and just open up part 2 here, and I can just focus on that. But if part 2 has a lot of pages, let's say part 2 is 30 pages, it's not really practical to scroll through 30 pages of information when you're trying to basically modify it. So there has to be a better way where you can have a snapshot of your data, or in this case, an outline. So I'll go back to my outline tab here. And let's just take a look at a few things that we're going to be interacting with. So we have our outline tools, and what this allows us to do, we can promote different parts of our document here. So we can assign different headings, we can assign subsections, if you will. We can move things around. We'll have a nice outline view where we can move things around, move paragraphs around, move sections around. And we have some tools here where we can expand and collapse an entire section as well. We have some viewable options here. Okay. And we'll take a look at these right now. Over here, obviously, is our document. So here's our title, and here are 4 headers that we have created. So I'll go ahead and go to part 1. So if I were to just go over here to part 1, notice I have these plus signs here. These indicates that I have headers. So right now I have 4 headers, or in our case, we can consider them 4 parts. So I want to go ahead and expand part 1. As you can see, here is our entire part 1. So our paragraphs are represented as small gray bullets. Okay, and if we click on each bullet, it will highlight them for us. And so one of the things that we can do, we can move these around. So these are elements that we can interact with. So if I click on the plus sign here, notice how it highlights the entire part 1 here. And if I click on the paragraph, highlights the entire paragraph. So one of the things that we want to do is, well, I want to go ahead and create a subsection of part 1. So for my handbook, I want part 1, section 1. So what I'll do is I'll go right here on the video line for my first paragraph. I'll press enter, and I'll just type the word section 1. Okay. And so if I were to close this and go back to my document, this will just be a plain section 1 on its own line. But I want this to be a subsection, or a header 2, if you will. So I'm going to go ahead and promote this. So I'll click on the left here to promote it. And it just promoted it to the highest level, which is level 1. That's not what I want. My part 1 is the level 1. So section 1 should be level 2. I'll click on the drop down this time and choose level 2. So if I did this correctly, if I were to close my document, I should see this as a header 2. But notice the rest of my document here for part 1 is currently under section 1. So I'll go ahead and create another section. So maybe around here, I'll create a section 2. Section 2. Go ahead. Okay, so I'll go ahead and promote this one as well to level 2. So if I close my document now and go back to the main view, I'll see part 1, heading 1, section 1 is the heading 2. If I scroll down, section 2 is the heading 2 as well. So this is a great way for me to just go ahead and apply some layout options and manage my document. Another thing that I can do, maybe I'm looking at my document here and I realized, you know what, this paragraph here will be better if I moved it to the second paragraph. So if I click on my paragraph indicator here, I can go ahead and move this up. So I can move that to the second paragraph here. It's a really nice way to just kind of move things around. And you can see how useful this will be if you have a very, very long document here as well. At this point, some of the things that we can do, these are display options here. If we just want to show all level 1 items, that will condense everything for us, and we're just showing all of our parts here. If we want to include level 2s, we can do that. And if we had any other level 3s, we can do that as well. We'll go ahead and just show all levels here. And if we want to show the formatting, we can do that. So notice now we see the formatting for the title and the headers. We can turn those off or on if we want to. If we want to even condense it even further, we can just show the first line of each item as well. So only the first line of each paragraph is showing, which gives us a little more flexibility and control here as well. I'll go ahead and put these back. Now, what I'll do now is I'll go ahead and condense part 1 here. And I'll do the same for part 2. Part 1 and part 2 are pretty much done, so I'll condense those. And I want to go ahead and work on part 3. Now, part 3 does not have anything here. But what I'm doing is it's very practical to kind of work in different parts here if you're working on a really, really big document. And so I actually have the information for part 3. I was working on the information in another Microsoft Word file. So now what I can do is I can merge that file right into this outline, and it will drop the information right in here for me. So I'll do that by clicking on Show Document. And right here, I have the option. I can go ahead and insert. So I can browse for an existing file to embed as a sub-document. Okay. Now, just need to be careful. I don't have any information in here, so I should be able to just go ahead and insert that. So now I just need to decide where I want to insert it. I can press Enter and insert it here if I want to. So I'll go down one line and I'll go ahead and insert. We'll just go through the process of cleaning it up. So I'll use my outline file too to go ahead and drop that in there. I'll go ahead and click OK. And there you go. Just like that, it carried over the information from that Word file that I was working on separately. If I'm finished with that file, I'm good to go. I can drop it in here, and it's just a matter of embedding it here as well. So now I need to just go ahead and clean this up. All right. I want to make sure that I do this correctly. So I have a blank line here. I'll go ahead and delete that. And this part 3, maybe I'll change this to a section 1. Section 1 this time. And I'll go ahead and promote that as well. I'll give that a level 2. Very good. And so just like that, I was able to do that. Now, if I want to, I can continue to work on that file because now they're linked. So I can continue to work on that additional file and update the changes here. Or if I'm finished completely, I can go ahead and just unlink the files. What that will do is that will delete the link to the other file, but it will copy the information over here. And that's what I want. So I'll go ahead and click on unlink. Notice my information is still here. I'm still good to go. So I'll close my outline view. I'll go to part 3 here. And it brings me to part 3, section 1. There I go. So now I can use my navigation, go back to part 1. I can go ahead and collapse everything here. Just like that. So go ahead and click on the View tab, open up the Outline view, and play around with it. And come right back. Welcome back. Well, let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 7. We'll be talking about mail merge. And in this specific example of mail merge, we're going to be preparing letters for mailing for some of our club members here, our fictitious club. And we access the mail merge command by accessing the mailings ribbon tab, clicking on Start Mail Merge, and taking advantage of the step-by-step mail merge wizard. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up a new document here by pressing Control N, and I'll go ahead and start my mail merge on this document. So I'll go ahead and click on my mailings, and I'll click on Start Mail Merge, and I'll open up my wizard here. Now I do want to point out that this is a 6-step wizard. So this is currently step number 1 of 6. And basically after we make our decision here in terms of what type of document we want to create, we just simply need to go ahead and click Next, which is our starting document. So we can go ahead and create a letter. We'll just take a look at the other options here as well. And we do have some information down here that tells you exactly what this type of mail merge will do for you. So we can send email messages, create envelopes, print address envelopes for group mailing. We can print labels for group mailing, or we can create a single document or a catalog of addresses as well. We want to use letters. I'll go ahead and click next. Now we have an option here. How do we want to start? How do we want to set up our letters? So we can use this existing document here, this current document. What that means is that later on we'll actually need to write the letter right in here, and then we can go ahead and insert all the different fields as well. So if you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. If you want to start from a template, we can do that. So I can go ahead and select a template. And there are a few templates here. There's a blank one. There's a report. Here's a thank you letter. And if I just click OK, it's going to import that for me right here into my document. Another option that you have is to start from an existing document. So if you already have your letter written, you could have opened your letter and then start the mail merge, or we can just call that letter right now. I actually have my letter written already. It's actually this one. I just kind of modified it a little bit here. So I'll go ahead and click on open. And I get this message just telling me that, hey, you told me you wanted to start from a template. If you pull up another file, it's going to delete this one. That's perfectly fine. I'll go ahead and click OK. And so I'll go ahead and grab my mail merge letter here. I'll click open. So here's my letter. I just want to give this a quick style here, so this can stand out a little bit. Give it that. And this one here as well. And I'll call this one, let's see, Members Club. All right, there we go. Very good. Okay, so now I can go ahead and click next. So again, we're asked another question. Do we have a list of recipients, or do we need to go ahead and create one? So we can use an existing list if we have one. We just simply need to browse to that file and open it up here. We can select the option to choose from our Outlook contacts. I do not have my Outlook connected right now, but we can choose that as well. Or we can go ahead and type a new list. I'll go ahead and preview what the type a new list looks like. And I'll go ahead and click on create. And here, it's just a matter of entering the information. You don't have to enter everything here. If I just kind of make this a little wider here. So you have title, goes all the way to email address as well. You can actually customize the columns if you want to. Then we can add or remove columns. We can move things around if we want to. So maybe I don't want the country, everybody's in the USA. Maybe I don't want that one. Okay. And maybe I don't really want their work phone on here. So it's just really up to you what you want. And at this point, you can just go ahead and enter the information. So I'm going to enter some information here, but I will not save it. So I'm just filling it out here. Again, you don't have to fill everything out. It's just what you want to show up on your actual letter when you import the information. So I can put my address here, city, state, zip code, home phone, and email address. And so it's pretty simple. And then for a new entry, just click on new entry, and this will give you another line. Now you can go ahead and enter information here as well. So it's pretty simple. I'll go ahead and cancel that because I do have an existing list that I want to use. And so I'll go ahead and browse for that list. And it's saved in this special folder here because I did create it actually I typed my new list manually, and I was able to save it in this default folder here. I call it Club Members. I'll go ahead and open that up. And so it shows my entries here. These are the people here that I entered. So I have Jane, Mo, Ted, Angie, and Chris. And if you did actually type in your list, you would actually have this dialog box here as well. So at this point, you can do a few things. You can pretty much select or deselect who you want to send information to. And I'll just move this over. As you can see, I didn't fill everything out. Okay, just some fictitious addresses here. And I can go ahead and sort if I want. So if I want to sort this by maybe by last name or something like that, I can do that. I can create a filter if I want to. I can search for duplicates. Duplicate checker, there are no duplicates, very good. If I have a very long list here, I can look for a particular recipient. So I can just type in Jones here. I can specify the field if I want to, or I can just use the wildcard. There you go. So basically it's just asking you to make any changes you want to this list before we actually move on. My list is fine. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now I'll move on next to writing my letter. So at this point, if you have not already done so, you can write your letter now. I already have my letter here. And so what we want to do now, if you don't have your letter, go ahead and write it. And once you're done, we're going to insert these different blocks here. So we have the address block, we have the greeting line. And if you want any other items, you can click on more items. And these are other fields that we can drop in there as well. But you want to make sure that you have fields that you actually have filled out. So I'll go ahead and hit cancel. And so what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and double click on the address field here. And I want to drop in insert my formatted addresses here. So if I do that, it gives me a nice preview of what it would look like. I have different options here. So this will be Mr. Mo Jones. Here's my company name, my address. Okay. So if I kind of change this, maybe I don't want the Mr. in there. So it's really up to you. You can go ahead and use that. And we can just say only include the country's region if it's different than the United States. So we do have some other options over here as well. We can cycle through all of our recipients just to make sure everything looks good. And if we wanted to make any changes, we can go ahead and make a change here as well. So let's see, make sure everything is okay. Very good. Go ahead and click OK. Now I have that there, I can just delete this word here. Just like that. And now for the greeting, go ahead and drop the greeting line in there. And I have different options here that I can choose from. Dear sir or madam, or to whom it may concern. I'll leave it just like this. I can change the character if I want to. And again, I can cycle through what the greeting would look like for each person here. Looks good, I'll go ahead and click OK. And again, I'll just delete this greeting line here. So those are basically just placeholders here. And so I think I'm pretty good here. One of the things that I can do, I can go ahead and preview the results before I click next here. So I'll click on view. And it's giving me a preview of what it would look like. If I'm happy with that, I'll go ahead and keep it. If not, I can go ahead and make some changes as well. I'll turn my preview off. It's going to allow us to preview it anyway, because the next step is to preview our letters. Very good. So now I'm previewing my letters here. And my first recipient here is Mrs. Angie Blake. If I scroll down, this is just one letter. And I can go ahead and cycle to the next recipient here, Chris Appleton. I can go back. Okay. Very good. And so if I want to look, if I had a very exhaustive list, if I want to look for a particular recipient, I can go ahead and do that here. I can choose to exclude a recipient if I want to, such as Mrs. Jane Doe. I can edit the list from here before I finalize my changes. So we do have a lot of options here as well. And so the next thing that I can do is I can go ahead and complete the mail merge. So I'll go ahead and complete it here. And mail merge is ready to produce your letters. To personalize your letters, click Edit. This will open a new document with your merged letters. To make changes to all the letters, switch back to the original document. So if I'm okay with this generic letter for everyone, I can just go ahead and print them. Or if I want to individualize, have individualized letters, I can go ahead and edit those as well. So I can edit the individual letters, or I can just go ahead and print them. So if I click on Edit Individual, if I want to look for all of them, I'll say OK. And now I can scroll through all of my letters. So this is Mrs. Jane Doe, Mr. Mo Jones. And so now I can go ahead and make some changes if I want to. And then finally, I can just go ahead and actually print. But I'm not going to do that now. And so that is how the mail merge feature works. Take advantage of the wizard. So go ahead and complete a mail merge. Create your own list of recipients. Type your own letter, or you can grab a letter template and use that as your mail merge and come right back. Congratulations! You just completed our 7 mini lessons here for Microsoft Word 2021 Intermediate. I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that you learned a lot. We talked about organizing content. We talked about customizing formats. We talked about inserting content using reusable content. We talked about using templates to automate document formatting. We talked about controlling the flow of a document. We talked about simplifying and managing long documents. And we ended with our modern day mail merge. Well, it's been a pleasure guiding you through this tutorial. Have a wonderful day, and I look forward to seeing all of you in a future Learn It tutorial. Hello, and welcome to Microsoft Word 2021. My name is Mo Jones, and I'm happy to guide you through this advanced tutorial today. We have several lessons prepared for you. We'll cover some of the advanced features while navigating the refreshed interface. I look forward to exploring these features with you. Remember, this is an interactive tutorial. I will occasionally remind you to pause the video and practice what you've learned. Let's dive in. Welcome again. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the objectives that we'll be learning today. I do want to point out a few things. First of all, I am logged in with my Microsoft account, and I do have this document saved in the cloud. As you can see, my autosave is enabled over here. And I have shared this file with someone so that we can collaborate on this file as well. I also have my navigation pane turned on, so I can kind of keep track of all of my headers here as well. As you can see, we do have headers that are applied for all of the lessons that we'll be covering today. So in lesson 1, we'll talk about manipulating images. We'll move on to lesson 2 by using custom graphic elements. In lesson 3, we'll talk about collaborating and take a look at the new tools that 2021 has to offer us. We'll go ahead and add some document referencing and some links as well. We'll talk about securing a document. In lesson 6, we'll talk about enabling forms right inside of Microsoft Word. And we'll finish up with lesson 7 by creating some macros. So go ahead, get ready, and come right back and we'll jump right in. Let's get started with lesson 1. I'm going to expand my header here. So we're going to insert a picture. And once we have that picture inserted, we'll go ahead and adjust the appearance of that picture. And then we'll go ahead and add some other media elements here as well. So of course, if you want to be able to insert a picture, you need to come up to our Insert tab here. And in our Illustrations group, we'll go ahead and insert a picture. But it's really up to you what type of picture you want to insert. So notice we can insert from our device. We can search for a stock image, which is royalty free. Or we can go ahead and search for an online picture, we can search the Creative Commons. Just make sure that we give credit to the author of the image there as well. I'll go ahead and use the Save option. I'll search the stock image. And this library is growing. And why would you want to use a picture in Microsoft Word? I thought pictures were just for PowerPoint. Well, they're not. Pictures can really convey a really great message. And so what I want to do is just kind of convey that I'm learning here today. So I don't like to use people in my pictures. I want to protect them. So I can either use this here, but I'm not learning, math. So I'll click on this one here, which just signifies a goal of 100%. I'll go ahead and insert that. And now I can go ahead and just resize it. Of course, we want to resize from the 4 edges and not from the sides or the top. The edges allows us to keep the aspect ratio or the balance of the picture as well. So that looks pretty good. I'll change the layout option here. I want it to be top to bottom so that it's kind of separating my text here. So right there. I'll just move it until I'm happy, right in between my 2 bullets here. Okay, that looks good, but it doesn't really convey what I'm trying to communicate here. I'm going to be learning a lot. I'll go ahead and remove this picture. And I did take a screenshot of my PowerPoint title slide earlier. So maybe I'll go ahead and insert that. Click on my Insert tab. This time I'll insert from this device. And here it is right here. Go ahead and grab that. Very good. I'll go ahead and adjust that to my liking. Maybe like that. And make sure it's top and bottom. And right there. If I move it to the left, right, just want to make sure that everything is lined up properly here. Okay, this looks pretty good, but I don't want all of this picture. I kind of want to remove some of the background on this picture. Now remember, whenever you click on an element or an object in Microsoft Word, you get a contextual menu that allows you to apply other formatting. So I'm going to go ahead and click on that since I've clicked on my picture here. And what I want to do is I want to take advantage of this Remove Background tool. This is also available in PowerPoint. I'll use it here in Word. And it's doing its job. It's kind of thinking that I want to keep the trees in the picture and remove everything else. But that's not what I want. So I have a few options. What I want to do actually, I just want this portion, just the bottom banner, to kind of use this to highlight my document here. And so what I can do is I can either mark areas to remove, or I can go ahead and mark areas that I want to keep. I think I'll try mark some areas that I want to keep here. Try and draw a straight line here. And let's see. Takes just a little bit of work here. I'll draw some circles. Oh, that's not what I want. Click away from it. Let's click back. Mark areas to keep here. Now, obviously, if you have a pen or some kind of writing device, this will be a lot easier for you. Okay. So here we go. Just be careful with grabbing the edges there, as you can see. Kicked me out a few times. And we're getting closer here. Here we go. All right, so now I'll go ahead and just remove those other areas up here. So this time I'll try to draw some kind of a rectangle. Okay, very good. That looks good. So I'll go ahead and keep these changes. Very good. So now I removed part of that picture. And now I just have that banner here. Now I know what you're thinking. Yes, we could have just cropped it, right? And just cut that top part out there. But I did want to just showcase the Remove Background tool here. So now at this point, I'll go ahead and crop it. And I want to make sure I grab the correct part here. All right. Click away to accept the change. And now I can just move it and I'll put it right here. Very good. Now, if I want to stand out a little bit, I can go back to that contextual menu and I can either give it a nice drop shadow if I want to. I can give it a subtle shadow. I can put it inside of a frame. I'll just go ahead and give it I'll give it a nice shadow like that. Okay. Very good. So we're able to upload a picture, remove some of the background from it, crop it, and we're good to go. So go ahead and insert a picture and remove parts of the background and go ahead and add an effect to it as well. And come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun playing around with our background removal tool. Let's go ahead and insert a video. Video is also a really nice way to spruce up your Word document here. I'm going to press enter and I'm going to go back up to my insert tab here and I'll head over to this media section. And right in here, I can go ahead and drop in an online video. Now, the dialog box is a little different here. You get this plain dialog box. In former versions, you were able to actually see a YouTube search bar where you can actually search right within that dialog box for various YouTube videos as well. In 2021, you have to actually enter the specific URL of the video that you want to include here. And currently, according to Microsoft, they're currently accepting videos from Vimeo, from YouTube, and from SlideShare as well. Well, I already have my URL. I'm going to go ahead and insert that. And so here's my video right here. Now, I can go ahead and change this image if I want to, because if you notice, Microsoft Word is treating this as a picture. And so because of that, we know that there's a link here. So we can take advantage of that. If we want to go ahead and change this picture, we can go ahead and do that. So right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and right click on this picture. And what I can do, I can just go right here, say change a picture. And from here, I can go ahead and select it from a file, from a stock image, from an online source. I'll go ahead and choose a stock image. And I just want to express that this is a video here. So I'll go ahead and type video in my search box. And these two look really nice. I'll go ahead and grab this one here. I'll go ahead and click on insert. And so notice it's still, even though Word is treating this as a picture, it is a video file. And so I can go ahead and click and play this video file if I want to. Sometimes it will take a while depending on how your internet connection is. You can also right click on the file and you can just open it in another browser if you want to. I find that to be actually easier to do. So if I go ahead and open this in another browser, it will open my browser for me and I can just go ahead and I do have two monitors. I'll go ahead and bring that over here. And so it just opens that browser for me and I have all of my controls right here as well. So it's a little different, not the way that we're accustomed to, but this is a really nice way to go ahead and spruce up your Word document here as well. So go ahead, grab a URL from either Vimeo, from YouTube, or SlideShare. Go ahead and insert that video. Go ahead and change the picture so it can be a little more descriptive in terms of what you're looking for. And I'm probably going to make one simple change here. We did apply a few corrections earlier. I think this time I'll head over to my picture effects here. Maybe I'll give it one of these nice effects. Let's see. This has a shadow. Okay, maybe I'll get something with a glowy edge here. Maybe a nice glowy edge. We'll do that. Or I can give it a soft edge. That's pretty cool. I'll go ahead and give it this 5-point here. All right. So go ahead, play around, and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you had fun inserting a video, changing the picture. and being able to open that in another browser. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson 2, and we'll talk about linking text boxes together. Well, I really like to use text boxes in Microsoft Word because it gives you a lot more flexibility over what you can do. They don't really kind of follow the formatting rules for each line or each paragraph. I'm going to go ahead back to my Insert tab here. And over here in my text command group, I'm going to go ahead and insert a text box. And we do have several options to choose from. A text box is a really nice way to call attention to something in your document. For example, if you're writing a journal or a book, we have this sidebar here. So we have some templates here for various text boxes that you can use. And we have some other sidebars. We have this filigree quote. So we're just kind of taking a look and seeing what different options are available here. I like this one. This one's pretty nice. So if you have any headings or any kind of text that you want to kind of stand out, or maybe sections, using a text box is a really nice way to communicate that as well. So we have several options here that we can use. What I want to do, I just want to go ahead and insert a simple text box. And it does treat it as a shape. And so we can go ahead and establish the layout options. I'll use top and bottom. This way I have more control over how the text flows. I'll just move it over here, right next to my bullet there as well. So let's go ahead and type some text in here and see how the text box responds. Of course, we can resize this. We can make it as big as we want to. We can collapse it. I'll use the rand function just to drop some random text in here. And what I want is 2 paragraphs and 3 sentences. So I'll go 2, 3. And I'll press enter and let's see how that behaves. Now look what happened. It actually expanded my text box to all of my text. So if you did not resize it, it will do that. And because it's so big, it moved everything down 1 page here. Well, maybe I don't want it to grow. Maybe I just want it to maybe stay at this size here. Okay, which works, but as you can see, it's cutting off a lot of my text. And so that's not what I want. Let me move this back down to right here. And if I don't want it to keep growing, what I can do is add another text box to the right. And so whenever my text outgrows my text box here, it will spill over into my other text box. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete the data inside of here. I'll press Control A and I'll delete that. And what I'll do, now that I have my text box selected here, notice how the lines on the outside, they're solid. I'll press Control D, as in David, to duplicate that text box here. I'll move this one over here. And now what I'll do is I'm going to go ahead and link these together. So now that I have this text box selected, I do get my contextual menu up here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on my shape format. And once I have that, over here in the text command group, I have this option here to go ahead and create a link. So I'll click on my text box, click on create a link, and it lets your text flow from one text box to another. Click an empty text box to link it to the current one. So I'll go ahead and click on this here. Now the text box needs to be empty. If you do have something in there, this will not work. So this is a perfect situation. Okay, so now these two are linked. So let's give it a test. Let's go ahead and throw our 2 paragraphs and 3 sentences in here. And let's see if it spills over into this box here. So equals rand 2, 3. I'll press enter. And it worked very well. Okay. So this is why you would want to link 2 text boxes. If you don't want them to kind of move around randomly, you don't really want them to kind of change their size, or you just don't want your text being cut off. You can have them spill over into 2 text boxes here, right? Now this one I can go ahead and expand this one a little bit here, but I want to kind of keep them together. So what I'll do is I'll press the Control key and select this one, and now I'll resize both of them together here. There we go. And when you feel happy with the way that it looks, then you're pretty much good to go. So go ahead, drop in a text box, make sure they're empty, go ahead and link them together, type in some text and watch them spill over into the other one and come right back. Let's continue with the lesson 2. This time let's go ahead and add some word art. Now, word art is another way to bring emphasis to different parts of your document and to kind of make things stand out here as well. So just use them as necessary. So I'm still over here on my Insert tab, and I'm actually still in my text group. I'm going to go ahead and insert some word art here. And we have different types of word art to choose from. And if we just kind of mouse over each one, it gives us a brief description of what they are here. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and grab this one, this white, orange accent color 2, hard shadow, orange accent color 2. I'll go ahead and it kind of opens in a small text box for us here. And so now we can just go ahead and type our text here. And what I'll do is I'll just type a simple phrase. There we go. And once again, I'll go ahead and just change my layout options here. I like having the top and bottom. And went all the way to the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and move this back up here. Now, you don't have to do top and bottom. You can use another one if you want to. We know that it behaves differently as you change the options there. But now I'm getting kind of close to the end of my page here. So it's starting to act a little weird. So I have some decisions to make here. What do I want to do? Well, what I'll do right here is I'm going to go ahead and change my size here. So I'll click away. I'll go ahead and change the size of my page. And I want it to be a little bigger. So maybe I'll go to 8.5 by 14. This gives me a little more room to play with down here because I do have these objects here that I want to be able to insert. So here we go. And of course I can resize this if I want to. And this is currently a bulleted text box. I don't want it to be bulleted. I'm going to go ahead and click on my home tab here. And I'll just uncheck the bullet, just like that. There we go. If I want to fix the alignment, I could. I can make this left justified. I can keep it centered if I want to. And maybe I'll make it a little smaller. Let's see if I can get this on one line here. There we go. Very good. And I'll give this a capital W. And so even though it's in a text box, the difference is when you move away from it, the borders, they go away. And so you have the opportunity of using word art, special wording, and you can just move it around anywhere in your document. It's not going to follow the typical formatting. And this is a really great option for you to just drop word art right in there as well. So again, we get the contextual menu for the shape format. So if I wanted to, I can go ahead and apply some effects here. While you were gone, I did apply a shadow effect to my 2 text boxes up here. So for my word art, let's see. Maybe I can use one of these here that gives me a nice border around it. Or I can give it something like this. But it's really up to you. I'll just give it a simple shape effect. Maybe a nice shadow. Maybe a similar shadow as to up top there. Okay. So I'll give it this one. There we go. All right. Stands out pretty good. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and talk about something else here. We have something really cool that has a tab all by itself. And that is our drawing tool. Let's go ahead and spend some time playing around with the drawing tool. So up here, I do have my draw tool. So I'll go ahead and click on there and let's see what options we have here. Notice we only have a few command groups as well. So we can do some drawing here. So we can use pens, erasers, a lasso, and a shape tool, with our finger or our pen. And so we can go ahead and kind of toggle between the input mode here, right? So what I want to do, I want to take a look at these different options that we can use. So we can go ahead and select an object. We can select all ink by drawing a shape around it. So we have our eraser here that we can use. We have our pen. This is a black pen. We have our red pen. We have our pencil. We have our highlighter here as well. And so we have various options. So we can automatically convert ink drawings to shape, to math. And we have another option here for a canvas. So I really like the canvas. I'm going to go ahead and click on this, open up a canvas here. And I'll worry about the formatting a little later. Just moving things around here. That's perfectly fine. But now on this canvas, we have this nice, again, we have another object here that we can kind of control the layout of. I can resize if I want to. But right now I'll just do some practice. I'll go ahead and grab my pen here. And I'm using my mouse. I'm not using touchscreen, so I'll do my best to type here. Let's see if I can type the word pen without anyone laughing at me. So I'll say pen. Oh, not bad. This is the pen. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab the red pen. Let's see what we can get here. And I'll go over here. This is the pen. Did better the first time. So I can change the thickness if I want to. If I want it to be a thicker pen, I can change the color and make note of the different colors that we have. I have patterns down here as well. This gold pattern, the silver pattern. And so for all of you graphic designers out here, I know that you're very happy right now. A lot of different options. Maybe I'll make my pen a little bigger here. Maybe I'll go to another one. Maybe I'll change the color to, I'll try one of these down here. I'll try this gold. And I'll try out my pen here. Yeah, this is pretty cool. All right, let's try out our pencil. So with the pencil, you do get the opportunity to change the thickness as well. And you do have various colors here as well. Like, think of colored pencils. This is our basic pencil. So I'll go ahead and just type pencil. Dot is always hard to type here. And let's see, I'll go ahead and change the color. Maybe I want a dark blue pencil here. Let's see. There we go. So that's a pencil. And then we also have and keep in mind there's more colors available if you want to use more colors. It keeps a track of our recent colors here, which is pretty cool. And let's check out the highlighter. So we get different colors for the highlighter as well. I'm not going to use the yellow. Maybe I'll use a green here. And let's see if I can highlight one of these items. Okay, so it's highlighting for me. Very good. Maybe I will change this to yellow. Highlight the pen here. And I'll just make a mess of things here. There we go. So that's drawing for you. If I want to erase something, just go ahead and just start. All right, start erasing. Just like that. Another thing that we can do with the drawing tools, we can actually draw shapes. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll choose my black pen here. And what I'll do is click on where it says ink to shape. This will automatically convert ink drawings into shapes. So I'll use my space up here. Now we do have a lot of different shapes in here. So if we go to our insert tab, we click on shapes, there's a lot of different shapes that we can insert here. So I'll do my best to kind of mimic some of them here. So once again, let's say I'll go ahead and draw a circle. And it converted it to a circle for me. Let's go ahead and draw a triangle. square, rectangle. Interesting. How about an oval? Okay, picked it up for me. And let's see, maybe an arrow. Can I draw an arrow here? So pretty cool. You don't have to go to the Insert tab and drop in shapes. You can just use the Drawing tab and go ahead and draw your shapes right there. So notice now I cannot erase these. These are actual shapes. So if I try to erase them, does not apply. So now I can move these shapes around as I wish. And I can go up to my shape format and I can go ahead and give these different formats here as well. Okay. And remember, one of the great things about shapes is that you can actually type inside of them. So I'll go ahead and type here. And you just need to be able to resize them. It does not grow automatically. So I can do that. Okay. So now I can just move these things around here as well. So go ahead and have fun with the drawing tool. Click on your drawing tab. Go ahead and insert a drawing canvas. And then go ahead and use the ink to shape to go ahead and create your own shapes. And once you have your shapes in there, you can go ahead and click on the contextual menu. You can apply some formatting there as well to give your document even more visual appeal. Have fun and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and finish up lesson 2. I did a little cleaning up while you were gone here. Kind of move my shapes around here. Let's talk about creating complex illustrations with SmartArt. SmartArt is a very, very powerful tool, and it allows you to basically create infographics. Sometimes it's just easier to communicate something with a combination of simple text and visuals as well. And psychologically, we do tend to pay more attention to infographics as well. So let's go ahead and create a small infographic. So what I want to do is I want to just kind of create a small infographic to communicate that I want to learn Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Word, and Microsoft PowerPoint. So obviously I can type the word here. I can type a paragraph that says, I want to learn Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Word, and Microsoft PowerPoint. Maybe I can say, in order, I want to learn Excel first, and then Word, and then PowerPoint. Or I can use bullets, but there's a better way. I can go ahead and create SmartArt. So I'm on my Insert tab, and right over here in my Illustrations command group, I'll go ahead and drop in a SmartArt. And I'll just mouse over it, give a brief synopsis of what it is. Insert a SmartArt graphic to visually communicate information. SmartArt graphics range from graphical lists and process diagrams to more complex graphics such as Venn diagrams and organization charts. Well, this is exactly what I want to do. I'll go ahead and click on SmartArt here. And it opens up this really big list of options for you. And so let's talk about this option here. If you've never used SmartArt before, this is something that's used a lot in PowerPoint. Very, very nice tool. So it's asking us to choose a SmartArt graphic. So we have the list of all the graphics here that we can see. So if I were to scroll down, these are all of the different options. Over here on the right, it gives you a nice preview of what it would look like, actually. Okay. And notice we have different types. So you will know what type of information you're trying to communicate, whether it's a list, a process, a cycle, a hierarchy. In this case, it will be an organization chart. Really nice options there if you're interested in creating one. We have relationships, a matrix, pyramid, and you can even have ones with pictures in it. And you can find more at office.com as well. So what I want to do is I want to look for a pyramid, but let's just scroll down first and take a look at all the different options that we have here. So we have vertical arrow list, We have a continuous block process. So they're all here. But if you know what you're looking for, maybe you want a list. You're looking for different type of lists here. This is what it would look like on the right. If you want something communicated as a process, you have a step-up process here. Maybe you can show different steps to complete a process. And we have a step-down process as well. We have cycles that you can use, hierarchy. These are often used for organization charts. Relationships, showing relationships between two different things or objects, or maybe a process as well. I want to go ahead and use a pyramid. And I want to use this one. I'll use a pyramid list. And I'll go ahead and click OK, because I want this to represent the hierarchy of what I want to learn here. So it opens up our box here. So we have the option here. We can either type our text right in here if we want to, or we can go ahead and type our text in here. I like to use the box here on the left, so I'll go ahead and use that. So I want Excel to be at the top, so I'll type the word Excel. And then on my next line, I want Word. And on my next line, I want to use PowerPoint. If I want to add another shape, I can do that. I simply have to go ahead and just enter another line. So if I wanted to put Outlook here, my list could grow, which is pretty cool. But I don't want Outlook. I'll kind of take that out right now. If I wanted to have something under Excel, kind of like a bulleted list, I can press enter. I can tab over. That will give me room to write something here. Okay, so maybe I can write learn first, and so forth and so on. But I'll leave that. That's pretty good right now. I'll just go ahead and press delete so I can remove that as well. So this is a really nice way, this box here on the left is a really nice way to just kind of add shapes and manipulate your SmartArt here. But let's take a look at what's happening. We get a really nice contextual menu up here at the top. We have two indeed. We have one for SmartArt design and we have one for format. Let's take a look at what we can do on the design tab. So over here, we can go ahead and we have the create graphic command group. So we can add shapes if we want to, right? So we can add another shape, but we can also do the same thing just by typing on another line here. But we can move things around. Okay. We can add a bullet if we want to. Notice right now, I can click on all three of them. So these are, even though they're grouped together, I can modify these individually. So if I wanted to switch these around, I can move them up or move them down or so forth and so on. There's different layouts. I can change the layout of my SmartArt. Maybe I want something else. If I just mouse over, it gives me a nice little preview of what it would look like. Okay. So maybe I can use that one there. I'll leave it the way it is. I do want to change the colors though. So maybe I'll go ahead. So you get different options for the color here. You get the primary theme colors. And if you just mouse over, you get a nice preview what it would look like. You get all the colors that are available with the current theme that you're selected. And so you have different colorful palettes here that you can use. And then you have the various accents. So remember, our themes comes with some accents here that you can use. I'll go ahead and choose this colorful palette here. Okay. And we can also go ahead and increase the effect. We can make it more intense. So notice as I go to the right, it's becoming more glossy, or the orientation is changing as well. So lots of different options. I'll go ahead and give it this nice glossy look here. Maybe this one. Very good. But now I want to go ahead and I want Excel to be green. I want Word to be blue, and I want PowerPoint to have that wonderful orange PowerPoint there. So I can click on the Excel individually. This time I'll go to the format. I'll go to the format tab here and I'll look for that Excel green. There we go. Okay, grab that one. Word will be blue. Grab that one. And PowerPoint is going to be this orange here. Let's see if I can give this another type of, maybe I'll give it that orange. It doesn't stand out like that. Very good. So that is SmartArt. That is how you include SmartArt. And once again, you can either go back up to SmartArt Design and move things around by using the Create Graphic command group, or you can just use the box here on the left to go ahead and add something. I'll go ahead and add Outlook to this. And I'll go ahead and give Outlook its own color. Outlook is also that nice shade of blue. So I'll drop in that blue as well. Very good. So that's how SmartArt works. Now you can resize it. You can move it around. You also get the layout options here. It's fitting perfectly right here, so I'll leave it just the way that it is. Go ahead and insert some SmartArt. Play around with it. Change the colors. Change the type of style. Have fun and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and move on to lesson 3. We'll talk about collaborating on documents. And what I'll do at this point, I'll go ahead and collapse all of my headers here. I'll just right click here and go ahead and collapse everything. And I'll just go to lesson 3. And this is why I like using headers. I can just kind of get things out of the way as I'm working on them. And now I'll focus on lesson 3 here. So let's talk about preparing a document for collaboration. Now, collaboration is very, very big, and collaborating works just like any other cloud-based Office tool. The only difference is that you have the opportunity to collaborate with your desktop client here of Microsoft Word 2021. So getting started with collaborating is very, very simple. The first thing you need to do, you need to go ahead and make sure, of course, that you're logged in with your Microsoft account. Once you're logged in, you can go ahead and click on the Share button. There's another way that you can share your documents as well, but easiest way, go ahead and click on Share. I've already shared my document here. You'll get this dialog box. If you have not uploaded your working file here to the cloud, it will first let you know, hey, if you want to be able to share this file, we need to be able to save this on your OneDrive for you. After we've uploaded it to OneDrive for you, then you'll be able to share this file, and you just need to go ahead and accept that. And it's really good because when you click on the Share button, it will upload it for you and allow you to be able to share the file. So sharing is pretty simple. The most common way to share a file, obviously, is to go ahead and click on the link here, and then you can just go ahead and share the link with someone, and they'll be able to open up that file in a web browser. And once they start working on it, they can add that to their OneDrive. They can download that file, and they can work on it as well. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Share again. And once you have the people that you want to share the file with, you can either send the link or you can type in the email addresses of persons here as well. I like to use the link icon, preferably. Sometimes a person does not receive the message, or maybe it goes somewhere, it kind of gets hidden, in their mailbox as well. We have more options here, so we can manage the access. So if you did share with a few people, right, we can go ahead and manage the type of access that those persons can have here as well. So I'll go back here. So just notice a few things here. I did share this with another person. That person is currently working in the file. And so I can see them working because their initials are right here. And if I were to click on this, it tells me who's working on this file and where they're located. They're currently on page 1. So if I click here, I can send the person an email. I can open their contact card if I want to, or I can go to the exact location where the person is collaborating on the file. So it's right here. We do see the small markup. It's a vertical line. Looks like a little flag. And it's showing this is my personal account that I'm using to access this file here as well. And that's really how you start the collaboration process. You're able to share that file, and now you can go ahead and see who's working on it as well. So you can go ahead and you can send an email. You can go ahead and you can drop in comments as well. So if you wanted to add a comment here, let's say I want to add a comment regarding lesson 3, I can add a comment. Just open up a new comment like so, and I can send this out to everyone. So please add content here. And I'll go ahead and just do that. Now, the cool thing about comments is now, if anyone else is working on this file, they can reply to that comment. And so now we have this internal chat that's taking place right here inside of our Word document. Very good. So some really nice collaboration tools that we can use to get work done. So go ahead and click on the share button. Make sure that you upload that file. And once it's uploaded, go ahead and share it with someone. Maybe share it with your colleague, or family member, or friend. Ask them to go ahead and open that document. You can see what they're doing right here. So go ahead and take care of that and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you were able to share that document. Now, let's spend some time talking about our review tab here. Because now that we have shared our document, we have activated some of the features here that we can use under our review tab. So I'll go ahead and click on my review tab here. And just notice here, my comments pane is still turned on. I did get a reply from my message to please add content here. Mo Jones said will do. And if I wanted to, I can go ahead and further reply there again. But let's go ahead and let's talk about just marking up a document here. And under our review tab, we're going to spend some time right over here in our tracking section, and then we'll talk about some of the changes as well, our changes command group. So we were able to share our file. And so now we have some options here. We can go ahead and start tracking changes. So what is it? What is that all about? If I just mouse over it here, keep track of changes made to this document. This is especially useful if a document is almost done and you're working with others to make revisions or give feedback. So if you're collaborating with a few people, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, depending on how big your team is, as the document owner, maybe you're given the responsibility of kind of keeping track of all the changes that are taking place here. And maybe you also have the responsibility of accepting or rejecting each kind of change that is being made to this document. So if I click on my drop down here for track changes, I can track changes for everyone. I can track changes just for me. And I can go ahead and lock this tracking here. Okay. This is useful if I want to keep a record or track all the changes that are being made to this document. I don't want someone to be able to turn this feature off or on. So I can kind of lock it so that they need a password so that only I can turn this feature off or on here. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on track changes. But before I do, let's take a look and see, well, what are we tracking here? Okay. So if I move over to my markup tab here, I can choose how I'd like to see the changes that are being made in the document here. So I can just see simple markups, I can see all markups, or I can see no markups, or I can go to original here. Okay. Let's take our time and go through this here. Let's take a look at show markup. So here we can choose what type of markup to show in our document. For example, we can hide comments or formatting changes. So let's go ahead and click on this drop down here. So right now, if someone inserts or deletes something, I will be notified that they inserted something or they deleted something. If someone makes a formatting update to any place in this document, I will be notified that a formatting change was made as well. Okay. Then I have some balloons here where I can show only formatting. I can show all revisions. So once we turn on the track changes here, we're going to notice a lot of things happening in our document. We'll start seeing a lot of call outs, a lot of lines, and a lot of tracking, which is really what's happening here. So I'll turn on my track changes here. And I want to see all the changes that are being made. And we also have a reviewing pane. So if I want to go ahead and turn this on, it shows all the changes that are happening, right, in real time. So I'll go ahead and show this vertically here. And so here is my reviewing pane, right? So let's see if I go ahead, maybe I'll go ahead and press enter there. So I just inserted a line and it says learn it, train it, inserted a line or a bullet, right? And what I'll do, I'll just go ahead and document this here. Maybe I'll indent this a little bit more here. And these all live under our review tab. So we'll keep the changes turned on and we'll see how it tracks the changes as we continue to apply them as well. So we get a little tooltip here to change the display to show all the revisions to our document in line. That's fine. I'll go ahead and use that. That's fine. Okay. So from now on, everything is going to be tracked here as well. So go ahead and turn on. Make sure that you first share your file. Go ahead and click on the review tab and make sure you turn on track changes. After you do that, choose what you want to see. Maybe you just want to see the simple markup, all markups, no markups, or original. And then go ahead and specify exactly what you want to be tracked here. So go ahead, make a few formatting changes. I just made a few simple ones. I inserted a line here and indented over, and it's tracking all of my changes. So go ahead and do that and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you were able to turn on your tracking there. Now let's go ahead and see what's going on here. I did turn off my navigation pane because I was running out of room here, because I have my revisions tab here. I have my comments over here on the right. So I turned off my navigation view. So I'll go back to my review tab here. And now what we want to do, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the changes that have been taking place here. So over here under my changes command group, I want to be able to go ahead and either accept or reject changes as I see them. But what I want to do is I want to be able to cycle through all of those changes. So how can I see the changes step by step so I can make a decision on whether or not I want to accept that change or reject that change? Now, if I take a look over here on my left, it's keeping a track of all of my changes here. So it started with a comment from when I turned it on here. And then we see some formatting taking place here. And then we see that line that I entered for the review tab. And then Mo Jones added a line. He said, go ahead and please add a picture. So let's go ahead and just kind of emulate some basic collaboration tasks here. So what I'll do, I can go ahead and reply right here, but I want it to be specific to this picture request here. So I'm going to go ahead and enter a new comment. And I'll just say, what picture are you referring to? Go ahead and send that out. Okay, so it's 2 minutes later. And notice that this entry was made here as well. So the comment is being tracked as well. So I realized that the picture refers to the picture that's up here. So I'll go ahead and paste that in. I use my snipping tool to take a picture of this section here. And I drop that in so it's easier for everyone to understand here as well. Okay, very good. Now, if you notice over here on the left, it actually shows the picture. Shows a picture that was inserted. So remember, anything that's being inserted, deleted, or formatted, or comments, we are tracking all of these. Right? They're all being shown here. So now I need a way to be able to kind of cycle through this. This is pretty small right now, but imagine a 20-page document that has markups for every line and every page. It can be very, very overwhelming, and very, very time consuming. And so what you want to do is you want to be able to kind of manage all of these changes. And the way that we kind of keep track of all these changes right here on my review tab, I have my changes command group. And so what I want to do first is kind of be able to cycle through them, all the changes that are being made. And I want to be careful because if I select the wrong one, I will reject or accept something incorrectly. And so what I want to do is just make sure I cycle through them. So I'll try to place my mouse cursor towards the end here. And I'll go to my next one here. Okay. So my next one is this entry here for the review tab. And I'll just kind of go through them. So this is a request to please add a picture. Here's the actual picture. Okay. And so I'm just kind of cycling through them here so I can be familiar. Now I can make a decision on some of these. Let me try to go back to the beginning here. So maybe I'll accept this for the review tab. That's fine. I took care of this picture, so now I can go ahead and reject that. So I can remove that. Very good. Right? So I accepted a few changes. I rejected one, and everything looks good. And I'm pretty good to go here. Now keep in mind, we do have other options when you're accepting or rejecting changes. I can choose to accept and move to the next, right? Or I can accept all changes. I can say, you know what? I did a visual run through. Everything looks good. I want to accept everything. And let's go ahead and move on. But still keep on tracking. I can say, let's accept all the changes and stop tracking. So we'll turn the tracking off. We're pretty much reaching the finish line here. In similar fashion, I can reject the current one and move to the next one. I can reject all changes on the sheet. Or I can go ahead and reject all changes and stop tracking as well. So my suggestion is just kind of go through them one by using previous and next here, and make sure that you make a decision on each change so that I'll be able to manage this document. Because once again, this document can get very, very long and you'll have a lot of markups on here, various lines and indentations and icons. And so you just want to kind of make sure that you are either accepting or rejecting the correct one as well. So go ahead and make sure that your tracking is turned on. Go ahead and make some changes, insert a few things, insert a few lines, type some words, and then make sure you spend some time just going through the previous and next under the changes command group. Familiarize yourself with how the changes look, and then come right back. Tracking changes can be fun if you take your time and make sure that you are checking on a regular basis. There's one more thing to talk about here under our review tab, and this is the compare feature. This tool is a very, very powerful tool. And basically what this allows you to do is to compare two different revisions of a document. And then you'll have the option to go ahead and make adjustments or approve as necessary. So let's go ahead and take a look and see what's under there. So if I just mouse over, we can compare two documents to see the differences between them. You can also combine revisions from different people into a single document. So this will kind of automate the process for you. There are a few things that you need to do along the way though as well. So I'll go ahead and click on my drop down here. So I can either compare two versions of a document, or I can combine. I'll go ahead and click on the compare. Let's take a look at the dialog box that we have here. So it basically asks you, what is the original document? So I can click on the drop down here and I can show some files here, or I can open up my folder to open up that particular file. So I have the original document and I have the revised document that I can use as well. And I do have more options down here. We can accept the defaults, or if you want to be very specific with what you want to look for, you can click on the more option. And notice now you can look, what do you want to compare? Here are your comparison settings. If you want to compare moves, maybe you just want to compare moves, tables, and text boxes. Maybe you just want to check for those. That's perfectly fine. Or you can go ahead and select everything here as well. And the tool will run And then you'll just have the option to be able to make some decisions based on the comparison as well. And so that's what the compared documents look like. We can also go ahead and combine if we want to. So let's look at the dialog box for combining revisions from multiple authors into a single document. This one is more advanced, but again, we have the same options here. Choose the original document. Right? Go ahead and choose the revised document. And then go ahead and specify, well, what are the changes? Or what are the things that you want to go ahead and compare here? Again, you can select as much as you want, or you can just select a few here as well. You can show the changes as well at a character level or a word level. So really depending on how deep you want to be able to dive in as well. You can show the changes in a new document, the original document, or the revised document. So all the options are here for you to be able to either compare documents or to go ahead and combine documents. So if you are collaborating with a few people on a document, you do want to go ahead and make sure if for some reason the documents are different, you can go ahead and compare them and make some decisions in terms of what you want to keep. So go ahead, if you have the opportunity to do so, go ahead and run the tool, maybe with a colleague as soon as you can. Maybe not now, maybe a little later, but get some practice using that tool. It's very, very useful, very powerful tool when it comes to collaborating. It will save you a lot of time, a lot of effort as well. Welcome back. Well, let's go ahead and move on to lesson number 4. Before we do that, I want to do a few things here. I want to go ahead and turn off my markups. So I'm just going to go ahead and turn off my changes here. So I'm no longer tracking changes. And I'm going to go ahead. I don't want to see any markups. So I'll turn those off. And I'll go ahead and turn off my revisions pane here as well. Notice I can go ahead and refresh the reviewing pane. I'll go ahead and turn that off. Okay, looks nice. Now I have more space to work with. So let's go ahead, go down to lesson number 4, and we'll talk about adding captions. And what we'll do, we're going to spend a lot of time on our references tab here. So I'll go ahead and click on my references tab here. And this is where a lot of tools live. When you're working on a scholarly document, there's a lot of options in here just to make sure that you are compliant. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at captions here. I'm going to add some captions. Specifically, we'll insert a caption. Now, what is a caption? So captioning is the process of labeling different objects or pictures that are in your document. And the cool thing is that once you've added a caption, what we can do is we can go ahead and insert a table of figures towards the end of our page, and we can always get more information in terms of what that figure or that table is about. So if you take a look at lesson 3 here, I did insert a few pictures here that I took just to provide more information on how to accomplish these tasks as well. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and provide a nice little table at the end of my document that refers to these different pictures here, and just provide a little more information about them as well. So I'm going to go ahead and click on my first one here, and I'll click on Insert Caption. And I get this dialog box here, and it's saying the caption is figure 1. The label is a figure. I can go ahead and change the label if I want to, if it's a table or a figure or an equation. In this case, it's a figure. And where do I want the caption to be? It can be above the selected item or below. I'll put it below, and we'll go ahead and see what it looks like here. I'll click OK. All right. So now if someone is going through this document and they see I have a figure here, well, they can see that, oh, this is figure 1. Okay. So it's kind of like when you're reading a book or a textbook, the tables are labeled with different table numbers, you have different figures that you can refer to. So this is all we're doing here. So I'll go ahead and add another one here for this. This is figure 2. I'll just accept it, click OK. And I'll do the same here for figure 3. And I'll do the same here for figure 4. Very good. So now I have four labeled figures. And so now I can go ahead, when I'm ready, insert my table of figures so that I can always kind of navigate right back to those figures. Now that we have our captions created, notice when we click on each figure now, we have a small anchor next to it. And that tells us that the selected object is anchored to the document text. So each one has an anchor. So we know that we're ready to go ahead and create our table of figures as well. And so this is just a great way, if you want to refer someone to the document, take a look at figure number 3, and they can go to figure number 3 by either using the table of figures or by going to that particular page, and they'll have a really good reference point. So go ahead and add some objects. You can add a shape, you can add a picture, you can add a table. Go ahead and add captions to them. Make sure you do that. Make sure that you do them in order from top to bottom. And go ahead and come right back. Welcome back. Hopefully you were able to caption a few objects there. So let's go ahead and prepare the last page of our document here. Because what we want to do, let's just kind of think ahead here. We know that we want to create a bibliography. We know that we want to insert some endnotes, and we want to be able to insert a table of figures as well. So I'll go to the end of my document here. And what I'll do is I'm just going to go and I want to insert a blank page. And so I'll go ahead and give this page a title here. I'll just put references. Very good. So no matter what, this will be our last page, even if our document kind of grows as well. Because when we create our big bibliography, endnotes, and our table of figures, we want them to appear here. So we have that taken care of. Now let's go back up to lesson 4 here. Let's talk about adding bookmarks and adding some hyperlinks. And bookmarks are not really used that much in Word, but just to get some practice, we'll go ahead and we'll just bookmark some of the headers here. And so what we want to do to go ahead and use bookmarks, we want to go over to our Insert tab, which we're currently on. And let's go ahead and I'm going to go back up to my very first lesson here. And I'm going to go ahead and just triple click on that. So I'll triple click just to kind of select the entire thing here. And up on my Insert tab, I do have the option up here in Links. I'm going to go ahead and insert a bookmark. Now notice we have link, bookmark, and cross-reference all in this section. They all kind of behave the same way. They're anchored to an object or a part of your document that you can refer to. So it's really up to you. You can either create a link back to each header here, or we can use a table of contents, or we can use a bookmark, or we can use a cross-reference. But just in case you like to use bookmarks, I'll go ahead and do that here. So to insert a bookmark, just select the content you want to jump to, insert the bookmark, and then add a hyperlink that points to your bookmark. So this allows you to kind of jump to different places in your document here. So I'll add a bookmark here for manipulating images. And I'll just call this lesson 1. Now, you cannot put spaces. So if you want to put a space, you can use the underscore. It will not accept spaces here. And I'll go ahead and just click add. All right. Now I'll go ahead and do the same here for lesson 2. I'll bookmark that one as well. I'll just call this lesson 2. I'll click add. And you can do this for anything. It does not just have to be the headers. So if I wanted to do, let's say I want to talk about merging changes from other documents, I can bookmark that as well. And I can call this merging, just to keep it simple. I'll click add. Okay, so now I have my 3 bookmarks. So now how do I get to them? Well, there's a few ways that we can do it. The easiest way really is just to go ahead and use a shortcut. So I can go ahead and press Control plus G. And that will allow me to navigate through my bookmarks here. So I'll go ahead and do that. So I'll press Control G. So I'll go ahead and just click on my bookmarks here. And now I can go ahead and kind of cycle through the different bookmarks here. So if I want to go back to lesson 1, I can go to lesson 1. If I want to go to lesson 2, I can go to lesson 2. If I want to go to merging, I can go to merging as well. So just press Control G, and that will allow you to kind of navigate through your bookmarks here. And that's how you can see your bookmarks. Now, another thing that we can talk about is hyperlinks. Okay, so hyperlinks are very, very cool. Really nice way to just kind of add an outside source. Now, keep in mind, you can hyperlink inside the document if you wanted to. So if I wanted to create a hyperlink to another page in my document, I can do that. But in this example, we're going to go ahead and create a hyperlink to an external web page here. So you can insert a link a few ways. You can either convert text to a link. So I can turn this into a hyperlink. I'm going to go back over to my links command group here. And this time I'll click on add a hyperlink. And once that's ready, here's my dialog box. So I can look for an existing file, a web page, a place in this document, even an email address. So as you can see, I can jump to different headings here if I want to. I'll just go to a web page and I'll just go ahead and type learnit.com. I'll click OK. If I did that correctly, this should now be clickable. So if I press Control and click on it, that will bring me right to learnit.com's web page. So go ahead and add some bookmarks. Go ahead and add a hyperlink. Make sure that you press Control G so that you can navigate through those different bookmarks that you created and come right back. Excellent. So we've added captions here in lesson 4. We've added bookmarks and hyperlinks. Now let's go ahead and insert some footnotes and some endnotes as well. Now a footnote, just keep in mind, a footnote provides additional information about either an object or a word, a phrase, a sentence, a paragraph. And when you insert that footnote, it goes to the end of the current page. An endnote does the same thing. It provides more information about a particular object or an element, but that will go to the very, very end of the page. And so if we want to go ahead and insert a footnote, we want to go back to our References tab here. And this will allow us to go ahead and insert either a footnote or an endnote. And so right over here in our footnotes, actually our footnotes command group, we can insert a footnote or we can insert an endnote. So what I want to do is I want to provide some information here. For example, a footnote. I want to make it clear that a footnote goes to the end of the page. So I'll click right here at the end of this line and I'll go ahead and insert a footnote. Notice it goes to the bottom of that current page and it gives it a number. This is the first footnote on that page. And I'll just say footnotes . Footnotes go to the end of the page. All right. And so if you're reading this document, you know this has a footnote. And if you just mouse over it, it tells you exactly what the footnote is, and it can bring you to that footnote as well. Let's go ahead and add an endnote. So this time we'll add an endnote, and the endnote is going to go all the way to the end of the document. So this is the last page of our document here, and it goes to that very last line. And so we'll just say endnote goes to the end of the document. Very good. So here's our footnote on that corresponding page. And here's our endnote at the end of the document. Insert some footnotes, insert some endnotes, and come right back. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and finish up lesson 4 by talking about adding citations and a bibliography. We did create that last page for the purpose of our bibliography and for our table of references as well. So let's go ahead and make use of this, but let's go ahead and insert our table of figures first. So remember, we did mark up those figures earlier. And so over here under my captions group, I'm gonna go ahead and insert the table of figures. And I want to insert it right here. I want that first. So I'll go ahead and click on insert. And it just asked me for some basic information here. I cannot click on the other tabs. And it just asked me for some options. I can show the page numbers if I want to. I can right align the page numbers. I can go ahead and change the connector here, the tab leader. I can make it a solid line, broken line. And over here on the right, I can choose to use these hyperlinks instead of the page numbers. So if I unselect that, it will show me the page number for each figure that I labeled here when I added my captions earlier. I want to use a hyperlink so I can be able to just click and go right to that figure here. And there are some other options. So there are different formats. We'll give you different options. If you want to use the classic format, it changes here. So you do have other options available for you. I'll go ahead and stick to the basic one. I'll go ahead and stick to the basic figure here. I'll just keep the defaults and I'll go ahead and click OK. And so right here, it shows my table of figures. And if I control and click on one of these, it's going to bring me to that particular figure. Very good. Okay, so our table is finished there. And now we need to go ahead and add our bibliography. So let's talk about adding citations in a bibliography. So up here on our References tab, we do have the Citations and Bibliography command group. Well, what is a citation and what is a bibliography? Well, I'm going to just add another line here. And I'll just make a reference to a book here. Okay. So I'll say Word Advanced. Okay. So maybe I want to go ahead and reference a book, right? Or maybe I want to just make this more specific here as, okay. So I'm speaking about something as described in Word Advanced. Well, what is Word Advanced? Well, Word Advanced is a book. So if I retrieve some information from a book, I want to make sure that I give credit to that author or I cite that source accurately. So I have an option right here. I can provide my citation right here, which will provide the reader with more information with a link to that source. So I'll mouse over the citation here. Credit a source information by citing the book, article, or other material it comes from. You can choose from a list of saved sources or add a new one. Word will format citations according to your selected style. So very good. So if you're writing a scholarly document, or maybe you're writing a journal and you are citing your sources, which you should, Word makes it very, very simple for you to do so. Now, when it talks about style, you have to decide on which style you're using. By default, APA is selected. And the thing is, when you are writing your document or creating your document here, you will know how you are supposed to cite your sources. For example, if you're a student, your professor will let you know, use the APA style or use the MLA style, which is very, very popular, or use the Chicago style. And so it will be made known to you. So now it's just a matter of coming into Microsoft Word, choosing MLA if that's what is expected of you. And now you can go ahead and insert your citation. So I'll go ahead and insert citation here. What I like to do, I like to come into Manage Sources, and I'll show you what that dialog box looks like. So Manage Sources allows me to go ahead and add all of my citations. So I can add a new one here. And when I'm ready, I can just reference them as needed here as well. But we'll take a look at this. Let's go ahead and add a citation right here at the end of this comment here. So I'll go ahead and add a new source. And we get this dialog box here. And so we just need to go ahead and choose the type of source. Let's say this is a book. So I'll go up to the top. I'll say this is a book. And we have some guides here on the bottom. Okay. So we have a few things that we need to fill out. These are all mandatory, and that's why they're all showing up. So we have to enter all of these here. On the bottom, if you need some more guidance, it gives you an example of what each field is asking for. So here is the author. I'll go ahead and just type in my name. And the title, I'll just put a Word Advanced 2021. The year is 2021. The city, I'll put Atlanta. Publisher is Learn It. And the medium, I'll just put it as a document. So I'll go ahead and click OK. But let's take a look at all of the bibliography fields. So if I click here, so notice I have a lot more fields here that I can enter. So again, it really depends on what is being asked of you. If you're doing this if you're writing a journal for a company, they may ask you to cite your sources by including the edition, the pages. So you just want to be mindful that there are other options here. You can add a tag name down here as well if you want to. This will kind of just give you the option there. So I'll go ahead and click OK. Sorry, I changed the tag here. Put that back. There we go. And so here it gives you just a brief synopsis, right? So this is M. Jones. If I click on this and I click on the drop down, I can go ahead and edit the citation. I can edit the source as well. Very good. So now what I'll do, I'm going to go back up to manage sources. And this time I'll go ahead and just add, maybe this time I'll go ahead and add maybe a journal article. And notice how the fields change when you change the type of source. So let's see, maybe I'll just say John Doe. Okay. And Office 365. And the journal name, okay, so this could be maybe the name of the journal that comes out on a monthly basis. Right now it's giving me Adventure Works Monthly. Maybe I'll call it Learn It Weekly. And the year is 2021. And this journal has 42 pages. And the medium is a document. So I can go ahead and click OK. And so now it's just there. So now if I want to go ahead and click close, I can go ahead and take a look at it. But let's preview what each one looks like. So here's the Mo Jones one. And this is how it's going to enter the bibliography. Like this. So the name of the author, the title of the book, the city, the company, the year, and the type of medium. Here's the other one that I created. So it gives you a nice preview of what it would look like here. And if something is wrong, you know that you can just go in and change it as well. So I'll go ahead and click close. And now if I want to drop one right here, it's just a matter of clicking on the drop down for insert citation. And I can drop in any one of these. Maybe I'll go ahead and drop in John Doe here as well. Okay. And so now I'm ready for my bibliography. All right. So I can insert a bibliography right here. List all your sources in a bibliography or works cited section. And we have some kind of built-in options here that we can use. We have some references, works cited. So it's really up to us. I'm going to go down here after my table of figures here, and I'll click on bibliography, and I'll just choose the standard here, bibliography. And right there, it's showing the MLA style for my bibliography as well. So I created my citations, I cited my sources properly, and I was able to go ahead and create my bibliography. Well, at least Microsoft Word did it for me. So now I have my table of figures, my bibliography, I have my endnotes, and it's looking pretty good. All right, so go ahead and add a few I would recommend just click on Manage Sources. Go ahead and add a few sources and citations there. Once you're ready, go to your last page and insert that bibliography and come right back. Welcome back. Well, hopefully you've been learning a lot as we've covered 4 lessons so far. We have 3 lessons left here. And right now, let's go ahead and focus on lesson 5. And we'll spend some time just talking about how we can secure our document. Specifically, we'll click on our File tab. We'll go to the Info section and we'll take a look at the Protect Document tool. And we'll also go ahead and use the Inspect Document tool as well. So I'll go ahead and click on my File tab. And once I'm over here, I'm going to go ahead and click on my Info tab, which is right here. And so we have a few options here that we can use. We can protect the document. We can inspect the document. And if we take a look over here, we have some other document properties that we can take a look at, and also some other properties down here. So let's click on the drop down and see what we can do. Well, the most powerful thing that we can do to protect our document is to encrypt it with a password. Now, I'm going to go ahead and click on this command here. And notice there's a caution. If you lose or forget the password, it cannot be recovered. So you want to be mindful, make sure that you can recover that password by using a password keeper tool or any other viable method as well. Now, if you're sending confidential documents over the wire that you may not feel is secure, you might want to go ahead and protect it with a password. That's your strongest option. Another thing that we can do is we can go ahead, we can restrict editing. So we can control the types of changes others can make. So if I click on this dialog box here, so over on the right, I can restrict editing. I can limit formatting to a selection of styles, right? So I can say you can only use these type of styles here. I have some editing restrictions as well. So I can allow only this type of editing in the document. Okay? And then I can go ahead and start enforcement. So I can go ahead and apply these settings once I feel okay with it. So if I go ahead and click here, let's take a look at some of the options that I have. So I can allow track changes, comments, filling in forms, or no changes, which is read only. I'm gonna go ahead and uncheck that. And then obviously here I can go ahead and specify the types, specific types of rights for different groups or people. Now, if you're connected with your corporation, you should see a lot more information here. I'm going to go ahead and uncheck that. I'm not going to apply that right now. And then under limiting the formatting to a selection of styles, if I click on settings, I get this dialog box here. And if I want to, I can go ahead and specify what type of editing or styles I want everyone to be able to use. More advanced options here on the bottom for different types of formatting. I can allow auto format to override the formatting restrictions. I can block theme or scheme switching, or I can block the quick style set switching. So if you're really concerned about the integrity and the layout of your document, then you might want to go ahead and restrict the editing options here. Then this will prevent various formatting from being applied to the document. And this is especially useful if you have branded your document. Maybe it's branded to your company and you don't want someone to be able to make changes to it. So this is a viable option. I'm going to go ahead and close this here. I'll go back to my File tab here and go back to my Info. And so we talked about encrypting with a password. We talked about restricting editing. We can go ahead and mark this as final. So if we've been collaborating with people on this document, we can just go ahead and kind of accept all the changes there and let everyone know, hey, this document is final. It's all the changes have been either accepted or rejected, and we're good to go. We can add a digital signature to this if I want to. And we get this prompt to get a digital ID. To sign a Microsoft Office document, you need a digital ID. Would you like to get one from a Microsoft partner now? So that option is there for you to use it. I'm not going to apply that now. Another thing that we can do, we can go ahead and inspect the document. And this is going to run a thorough test, and it's going to check for a lot of different things here. But more specifically, it's going to check for any personal information that you may have left in this document. And if we notice over here on the right, notice that the author information is viewable. And there's a lot of fields in here. If I were to open up the properties here, there are a lot of fields here that I can interact with. And so I want to make sure, if I'm concerned about my personal information, I can make sure that I can suppress some of this information here. So I'm going to go ahead and check for issues here. I'll check the inspect document. And to check the document for the selected content, I can go ahead and click inspect. So I can check for comments, document properties, and personal information. I'll go ahead and leave these default, and I'll go ahead and inspect this, and let's see what it finds. So this is telling me that, hey, I have comments in here. These may be comments that are personal to my colleagues and I, my collaborators and I. And there's also personal information in here, such as the name of the author, and some pictures are in here as well. So I can remove these if I want to. I'm not going to remove them now, just for the purposes of this demo. Well, actually, I will remove the comments. So I'll move my comments here, and I'll leave this. If I want to, I can go ahead and re-inspect as well. I'm also getting some other messages down here. I have some collapse headings, but that's fine. That's by default. And I have some custom XML data. I'll go ahead and close this here. So if you've never looked at these properties before, they are there for you, and they will help you to secure your document. So go ahead and run the inspect document tool. Go ahead and take a look at the options under the protect document tool as well, and come right back. Welcome back. Let's talk about lesson 6, using forms to manage content. Now, I know that there's different types of forms out there. Microsoft actually has a forms app that will allow you to create a form, but maybe it's necessary for you to go ahead and create a form right inside of Microsoft Word 2021. So we can go ahead and do that, and we'll go through the process here. And but there's a few things we need to do. The first thing we need to do is go ahead and turn on our developer mode. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to right click on any one of my ribbon tabs. So I'll just right click, and now I can go ahead and click on where it says customize the ribbon. So I get this dialog box here, and notice over on my right, these are the options that are on my ribbon. Well, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and turn on this developer tab here. So I'll simply just go ahead and tick that box, and I'll go ahead and click OK. Okay, very good. Now I'm good to go. I can go ahead and click on my developer tab here. So here's my developer tab. And I'm going to go ahead and make use of these controls here that we can insert and build our form. But first, if you don't want to build your form from scratch, you can go ahead and take a look at some templates. So I can press Control N if I want to, or I can just go to the file menu here, and I'll go to New, and I'll go ahead and search for some templates here. So I'll look for a form. I'll go ahead and press Enter. And we'll just look around and see if we see any forms here. Here are a few forms that were made by Microsoft. And let's see if we can find maybe this one here, the small business client intake. If I just click on that, it gives me a nice description of what it is. It gives me a preview of what it looks like. This accessible template is adaptable for a wide variety of business settings. Replace the logo. So I'm going to go ahead and create this. We'll just kind of take a look at how some of the forms look like here. We can tell this is in a table. So basically someone created this in the form of a table. And We know it's a table because if we take a look up here, we see we get the contextual menu for the table design and the table layout. That's perfectly fine. So this basically has some tabs in here, right? Some kind of hidden cells or so. Let me see if I can take a look and view the grid lines. Okay, so here's our grid lines. So it's a really, really clever way of making a form, right? Because you cannot go beyond each box here. So you can just type your name in here, things of that nature. On the bottom, we have some other options here. So that is an option for you. Maybe there's a form out there that you like. Feel free to go ahead and use one. But we're going to go ahead and create our own form here. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and build the form fields. So in this example, we'll create a registration form. So I'll just go ahead and type registration form here. And think about what my fields are. Well, I want last name. And I'll press tab. I'll go down and I'll put first name. Press tab. I'm just pressing tab because I want all of my form controls to kind of line up over here on the right. And then I'll go ahead and I'll use a checkbox right here if the person is registered or not. Date. And maybe jacket size. Okay. If you're a member, you get a jacket. Don't need to know what your size is. And press tab and go over. Okay, so it's pretty set up here. So now what I want to do, I want to go ahead and add some interactive boxes or some interactive controls for over here. And so now I can go back up to my developer tab now that I have that enabled, right? And I want to drop in some of these controls over here, all right? And I'll start by clicking after my last name. Now we have two types of text control boxes. You have this rich text control where they can have different formatting. The person that's filling out the form, they have advanced formatting options. If you want to keep it basic, then you can just have a plain text content control. I'll use the rich text format here. Okay. Very good. And I'll come back to that a little later. I'll go down to a first name. I'll drop in another one here. And for registered, I want a simple yes or no checkbox. So I'll put yes, I'll press tab, and then I'll put no. And so right up to my yes here, I'm going to insert this checkbox. Okay, just like that. And right after my no, I'll insert a checkbox. Very good. So now after date, I'm going to tab over so I can have everything lined up here. And if I look for the date, it's right here. I have my date picker content control. And so now the person has to tap it to enter a date. And then finally, the jacket size, I want a drop down. So I have two options here. I can use the combo box content control, or I can use a drop down list. I'll use the drop down list. All right, so now I have my fields in here. So now I just need to go ahead and edit them. I'll start with the jacket size here. So what I'm going to do is just click on it, and I'll go back up to my developer tab, and I'll click on this properties button here. So I'll click on properties, and because this is a drop-down list, I can go ahead and give it a title if I want to. I'll leave it okay for now because we already have the jacket size descriptor here. I'll go ahead and add an item here. So I'll put small, I'll press OK. I'll put medium, press OK. I'll put large, and I'll put X large. Very good. If I want to change a color, I can do that. Maybe I'll give these, let's see, an orange color. I'll click OK here. And for the date is pretty okay. I don't need to really change anything. The yes and no checkboxes are okay. Now, I do want to go ahead and modify the last name though, last name and first name. And I want to give it a color. I'll give it the orange color there. And here I can specify if I want to use a style. So when the person enters information here, maybe I want it to stand out a little more. Maybe I'll put that emphasis effect. Okay. If I want to create a new style, I can do so, but this is okay. I'll go ahead and click OK. And I'll apply the same formatting to the first name. So orange, and I'll give it that emphasis here as well. All right, very good. So it looks pretty good. I do have my tab stops. Maybe I can go ahead and create a nice border around all of this. So I'll go in my home tab here and I'll maybe use an outside border just to kind of let everyone know, hey, this is a registration form. Very good. I can go back to my developer tab here. I can go in design mode. If I turn on design mode, it just kind of shows me in a different view here as well. And now the person can just start entering their information. So here I'll just type my last name. I received the form and, oh, sorry about that. Let me turn off design mode. Okay, so Jones, first name. Well, and yes, I'm registered. So my box there works. I just clicked on it. And the date. I can get my calendar here. I can put today's date. And I can go ahead and choose my size from the jacket size here. So I'm good to go. My form is filled out. I'm all good. And that's pretty much how you create a form in Microsoft Word 2021. Turn on your developer mode. Go ahead and build your form fields and then go ahead and insert your controls. Go ahead and play around with the other controls that are in here and come right back. Welcome back. Let's head on over to lesson 7. We'll talk about creating macros. Well, first of all, what is a macro? Well, a macro is a series of recorded commands that can be repeated. So, for example, if I wanted to bring some emphasis to this line here, this question and this answer, I'll go ahead and triple click here. I'll head on over to my home tab and I'll look for a style that I want to add here. So maybe I want to add an intense emphasis. So if I click on intense emphasis, notice how it's going to change the font type, the font size, and the font color. And it's also going to add another effect, italicize it for me. So by clicking on this one button here, I was able to change 1, the font type, 2, the font size, 3, the font color, and 4, italicize it. So in a sense, this is a macro because it completed a series of steps very, very quickly, right before our eyes. We cannot tell, we cannot see it in sequence, but it happened very, very quickly. And so why is a macro necessary? Well, it's necessary to go ahead and complete repetitive tasks. Now, all of us who work in Microsoft Word, we are well aware of some tasks that we repeat on a consistent basis. A lot of that has to do with changing the font and the size in the document, changing the font and the size and the border, maybe. So what we'll do, I'll go ahead and apply another effect to here as well. Okay. So notice I did open another document here just so that I can have some more room to run our macros. So I do have 3 paragraphs here. Here's paragraph 1, paragraph 2, and paragraph 3. They're all the same. They say the same thing. I just use my rand function to generate 2 random paragraphs form as well. So what I want to do here is I've documented what we're going to do. For our first paragraph, we're just going to go ahead and change the font and the size. Now, where can we find our macros? In Word 2021, our macros can be found right here on our View tab. And over to the right, we have a macros command group. We can click on this drop down. Let's kind of preview it before we dive in. So we have two options here. We can view the macro, we can record the macro, and once we start recording, we can go ahead and pause the macro as well. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to go ahead and highlight my entire first paragraph. So we want to highlight or select what we want to apply the macro to. And I'll go ahead and click on my drop down here. I'll record a macro. And so we have a few options. The first thing is, well, what do you want to call it? And I'll go ahead and give it a name. We can accept the default name, or we can give it a name. I'm going to go ahead and give it a name. I'll call this just basic format, one word. And here I'll just type font. Actually, I'll put Arial 12. Just what I want here. And then we either choose a button or we choose a keyboard. If we choose keyboard, it will ask us to assign a shortcut key. So you can feel free to do that if you want to. I'm a little leery about wiping out some of the built-in keyboard shortcuts. So I'll go ahead and click on my button here. And what this will allow me to do is it allows me to add this macro that's going to be created on the left. I can go ahead and add it to my quick access toolbar. So right now I only have quick print, bold, center. I have a macro there already. So I'll go ahead and move it over here. So here's my quick access toolbar up here. And I'll have a small button that I can use to run my macro. So I'll go ahead and highlight this macro. I'll click add. Now it shows up. I'll go ahead and click OK. And if I take a look at my quick access toolbar, it's right there. But I have to program it first. So ready to record. Here's my little cassette tape. Go ahead and click on my home tab. I'll click on the drop down, change it to Arial. I'll go ahead and change the font to 12. I can stop the macro by clicking on the stop sign on the bottom of the page here. Instead of clicking back on my view tab, I'll just close it here. Very good. So my macro is ready to go. So let's do a quick test. I'll go ahead and undo the formatting for this paragraph. I'll go ahead and highlight this paragraph again. And I'll go and click on my macro button here. So here it is. And there you go. It just applied it. Arial 12 to that paragraph. Very good. Let's head on to our next paragraph here. This time we'll go ahead and we'll run the macro. We'll change the font and the size and the border. And I'll copy this from now so I can just paste it in the description. So I'll start by highlighting what I want to run the macro on. Click on my view tab. Click on my macros drop down and I'll click on record a macro. And call this border macro. In the description, I'll copy and paste my description in there. Just take out the number. So I want to change the font and the size and the border. So I'll go ahead and click on the button here. Once again, I'll go ahead and add this over like so. And then I'll go ahead and click OK. So now I'm ready to record. I'll go to my home tab and I'll go ahead and give it Arial 12. And this time I'll apply a border. So I want a nice thick border on the outside here. There we go. I'll stop recording. There we go. So there we have it. So I'll go ahead and give it a test. I'll undo my changes here. I'll highlight this paragraph. This time I'll run the macro from the view menu. I'll click on the drop down. I'll view my macros. And from here, I can go ahead and run that border macro. I'll go ahead and click run. And there you go. It applies it for me. Okay, we have one more paragraph left. I'll go ahead and grab this one. So this one I'm going to add a fill color as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and highlight this one. I'll go and click on macros here. I'll record a macro. I'll add another button. This one I'll call border fill. And here's my description. Now keep in mind, when you're storing your macros, if I want my macros to be available in all of my Word documents, I want to make sure that this option is selected where it says all documents. If I just want it to be in this document, I can go ahead and specify this as well. Okay, so just two options there. Go ahead and click OK. And what I'll do, let's see, I'll go to my Home tab. I'll change the font first, Arial. I'll make it 12. And I'll change the color because I already know that I'm going to need the color there. I'll make it white. I'll add my border, thick outside border, and I'll change the color to maybe a light. I'll make it orange. I'll go ahead and stop my macro here. Very good. So I just created a really nice border with the fill color here as well. All right, so the last one, we were able to record macros in individual paragraphs. What about an entire document? So for this one, I'm going to make some big changes here, and this can be useful. Okay, maybe it's necessary for you to, as you're branding your company document, to add a watermark to it, to add a specific page color, and add page borders as well. So I'll go ahead and run that, and I'll just click anywhere in my document here, and I'll go back to my View tab, go ahead and record a macro. I'll add another button here, and I'll just call this one Brand, and I'll say watermark, page color, and border. Yep. There we go. Want a button again? I'll go ahead and add this to my quick access toolbar. Go ahead and click OK. So this time what I'll do, head on over to my design tab here, and maybe I'll start with the watermark first. I'll just give it this confidential watermark here. So there it is, showing up behind here. I'll change the page color. I'll give it a nice hint of blue here. And I'll give it a page border. I'll give it maybe a box or shadow. Click OK. Go ahead and stop my macro. Okay, there we go. So last order of business, let's go ahead and check this macro here. I'll undo those changes. And so our document is plain again. I'll click on my View tab, or I can run the button if I want to. Maybe I'll go ahead and run the button here. And there you go. Added the page color, the watermark, and it included my page border as well. So that's how you run macros. You don't really need to turn on the developer tab. It's already built in right into the view menu. So go ahead and create a few macros. You can create the same ones here. I just want you to be able to go ahead and practice running these macros and come right back. Congratulations. We just completed our tutorial for Microsoft Word 2021 Advanced. We talked about manipulating images. We're able to insert some images and make some modifications. We talked about custom graphic elements, text boxes and word art, and taking advantage of our drawing tab. We talked about collaborating on documents, talking about marking up a document, reviewing and merging from other documents as well. We spent some time just talking about adding bookmarks, footnotes, citations, and a bibliography to our document. We talked about securing our document and providing restrictions. We talked about using forms to manage our content and being able to use a form right inside of Microsoft Word. We talked about creating macros to kind of accomplish repetitive tasks as well. Well, hopefully you learned a lot. Hopefully you were able to pause the video often and follow along. Congrats to you. You've finished our tutorial, and it's been my pleasure. guiding you through this tutorial today, and I hope to see all of you in a future tutorial video. Well, that was fun taking a look at all those advanced features in Microsoft Word 2021. Hopefully you were able to learn a lot today and be able to practice some of what you learned as well. What we learned is that a lot of the features that are available in other Microsoft Office products, they are available to us here in Microsoft Word 2021. And so I encourage you not just to accept Microsoft Word as a text-based document. We see that we can add infographics and various types of media and elements and objects to really bring our document to life. So go ahead and play around with the ribbon, enjoy the new interface, and take a look at what's going on behind the scenes so that you can learn more and keep on growing. Until next time, congratulations. My name is Mo Jones. I'll see you in a future tutorial.